minute to recognize a couple of people in the house. I'm very fortunate to have my daughter here tonight, Salima. She's around here. I don't know where she's sitting. She's here with her husband. Where are you at, daughter? Over there. Oh, hey! What's up, sweetie? And then my son is sitting next to her, Fareed. He's next there, right there. And that's her husband over there. All right, fellas, so don't even try. And they moved here about a year ago to the St. Louis area, so if you see them in Starbucks, don't trip. Anyway, this next song I'm going to do, I'm obligated to do it. I wrote this song many years ago on an album called Just an Illusion. Y'all know it? Okay. And I wrote it for my other son, Noah, who's now almost 28 years old. And but since that time, I've had the pleasure of playing this with several people around the world. But this evening, I'd like to dedicate this to a few of my friends who passed on. As a matter of fact, I have a new record coming out on August 25th called Poetry in Motion. And thank you. I'm very proud of this record, too, because we have my first single was released last week, and I hear it's doing very well. There's a song called Let's Take It Back, which features Incognito as my backup band. Can you get that one right? Also on there we have Mesa. Mesa is doing something with me. Will Downing. He did a song with me that Al Jarreau and I had started to record, but then, Al got sick, and you know the rest of the story. So we ended up recording the song and making it a dedication to Al Jarreau and Prince. That's what we did, called We'll Be Missing You. And, of course, who else is on there? Oh, Eric Roberson is on there as well with me. And the legendary pianist, Mr. Bobby Lyle. And the smooth jazz guitarist by the name of Blake Aaron is also on there with me. So it's a very full album, It's one of those type things that I called up everybody and I said, listen, we need to do something. I didn't expect everybody to show up on one record. So when it comes out August 25th, that's what y'all going to get, all right? But with that being said, I'd like to just dedicate this next song to two people I've had the pleasure of touring all over the world with. One is, as you know, was Prince. Toured with him for 3 years and was a great experience. And, anytime I do press and people want to hear Prince stories, I always say, I have no bad Prince stories. All this drug stuff they're talking about, I never saw any of that. He was one of the most humble, one of the most generous human beings I ever met in my life, honestly, and I mean that, Also, Mr. Al Jarreau, we miss him as well. So this song is called Noah's Ark.
Come on, y'all, give it up for Najee. Yeah. Shut it up. He shut it down. He shut St. Louis down. Bam. Knocked y'all out real good, didn't they? Najee, the man. Give it up for the band. The band. Woo. Now, may I ask, are y'all having fun yet? Finally, thank you. Don't let me get happy out here. We have a perfect day. We have an inaugural festival. We have great entertainment. We have the world's greatest jazz fans, all right? What else could y'all ask for? Yeah. Are you happy now? All right. Coming to the stage. I want you to show your love. And I told y'all early on, there's no charge for applause, okay? It's the only thing still free in our country, for real. Please, but the band members, like, oh man, he's bad. Give him a hand, y'all. Now, I really want y'all to give some thunder love to my brother. Now, you see, you know I'm dangerous on the mic, don't you know? To Mr. Somerset Jazz. He had a dream. Yes, he did. She said, Sharon K., would you stop? I can't help it. He had a dream. He said, Sharon, I think about St. Louis. I'm like, huh? Last year, he said, I'm thinking about St. Louis. Okay, and I was
So we travel into Black Africa to learn the story of the Nile Valley, a story generally told from Egypt. Today we're going to tell the story from a place that thrived before Egypt, alongside Egypt, and after Egypt.
The lands to the south of Egypt, generally called Nubia, had 5 important golden ages. The first golden age, which was called Tarseti, some people call that, in translation, the land of the bow. This civilization was older than First Dynasty Egypt by about 200 years.
They also domesticated animals here first and before Egypt, so pastoralism was very important. Depending on how far back, if you say 9,000 years ago, then you can say yes, it was probably more developed than Egypt. But starting from the 4th millennium BC, the center really is in Egypt and develops from there.
Sudan was often ahead of Egypt in terms of developing technology because it had perhaps a smaller population. In Egypt, there's not much need for human economy. You don't need to save on human labor because every time the Nile flooded in midsummer, you had a huge reservoir of human labor as long as you were feeding them a living wage.
The ancient Egyptians themselves said that they came from the south of Kemet, ancient Egypt, which is further up, higher up the Nile Valley, closer to the source. And they identified the mountains of the moon, which are in modern-day Uganda, as their place of origin.
Most historians now accept, even the European Eurocentric ones, that it is the movement of the peoples from the south to the north that gave birth to Kemet. However, what they fail to recognize that is not just the movement of these one set of Africans traveling from the south to the north, but also movements of other Africans coming from the west to the east. They met and collected together in what is now Kemet. That's why that civilization was so powerful, because it was a multicultural expression of the African experience. It was several sets of different Africans coming together in one place and creating a civilization.
We travel through Sudan, the largest country in Africa, to learn about a world that was already old before our world had even begun. The ancient land once known as Tar Seti, Kerma and Kush, home to the Nubians. This is a place where early Europeans came to study and learn from Africans, and to study from the oldest people in the world, Africans.
So when you hear recent discussions on who were the black pharaohs, referring in particular to the Nubian pharaohs or the Cushitic pharaohs, those pharaohs they often call black pharaohs in a way to try and distinguish them from the others, but they can't be, because as we said, all the early dynastic and intermediate pharaohs were black.
This is home to the world's oldest recorded religion, a place whose kingship and political system continued to bring harmony and prosperity to its people for over 3,000 years. Today, Sudan is the largest country in Africa, rich in oil and other natural resources, but a country culturally split by the Arab African North and the African South. In recent times, this country has been greatly affected by civil wars and droughts. This is a place where the great Blue and White Nile meet to form the famous river Nile that runs through Egypt. This is an amazing land that predates Egypt, but for many is just another part of our world's hidden history. The question is, what happened? What was this ancient civilization about? And what left it in ruin? Why do we only know the story of the Nile Valley from Egypt? And why do we think that Egypt is somewhere separate from Africa? What do we still have and use today that was connected to this time period? We're going to peel back the pages of time and find out.
I'm standing here on ancient holy ground, in an area that was once part of the Napatan Kingdom. Today this place is known as Jebel Barku, which is an Arabic term that means holy mountain. It goes by this term because in ancient times, for over 1,000 years, this area was the Kemetic and Kushite religious center of the world.
Home to the Nubians, ancient Egyptians, and other traveling Africans.
Jebel Barku is a very important site, both in the history of Kush and in the history of Egypt, or Kemet if you prefer. The mountain had a particular shape, and both the Egyptians and the Kushites regarded this mountain as the holy mountain. That's what the Egyptians called it, the holy mountain.
So at Jebel Barku you have this great ritual religious complex which is set up in a monumental form that we see first when the ruler of Kemet conquers it, when Thutmose III is building his great temple there, and then it continues, and it's in that area that Napata is.
The city of Napata becomes a very important capital during this golden age of Kush. The site has a long history. We can trace it back to the 18th dynasty period of ancient Egypt, where the ancient Egyptians saw it as sacred to their deity Amen.
Really remarkable point in the landscape, and again you have to be in the landscape, or you have to have the photograph of the landscape to understand how different it is and why it attracts attention. And people have different theories about that, but they don't tell us. They just call it the Juwa'ab, and they saw there a certain kind of form of sacredness.
So the influence of the Sudanese Nubians in Egypt is quite clear, but on the other hand, the influence of the Egyptians themselves in traditions, in religion, is still people having different minds of is it originated from there or is it being acquired or adopted as gods by the Nubians.
So here at Jebel Barkal, in between Upper Kemet and Lower Nubia, we find much shared culture. And there's much debate around whether it started deep in Africa, at the heart of the Nile, and spread upwards, or if it started in the north of Africa, at the bottom of the Nile, and spread down into Africa.
We must have in mind that these political borders were not there.
But the boundaries were constantly shifting in any case, and there'd always been a lot of trade between these two separate states, if you like.
When you talk about Lower and Upper Nubia, you're talking about a span of land where people have got blood relations and they have got some sort of culturation and acculturation always happening there.
There'd always been a very strong relationship, and to me, the more I look at the cultures from these two separate states, the more similar they actually become. And I think we need to try and move away from some of the images that we see that show Nubia in particular as a very different country. We know for a fact that, as I've said, there was a lot of trade between the two, and that also many of the people would move across the borders effectively over time. So there's always a very strong, close relationship, and at certain times, you know, they were the same thing. They were just one.
It's like the relationship between America and England. England is the mother and father of America. The population of America are predominantly English American. The presidents of America are English American. Even though America is an expression of the European consciousness, the vast majority of people are European, the predominant power is the heritage that England has given it. The Americans acknowledge this. They trace their lineage, if they can, back to England and come back to here. The relationship is a special relationship of power. Though America has power on this earth, England is its mother and father and recognized as such. That is precisely the way that one should look at the relationship between Kemet and Nubia.
The religion of the Kushites is quite interesting. One of the important deities was Amen. Now, Amen is the pronunciation that the Hebrews give it, and some scholars agree to use that pronunciation. Amun is the pronunciation given to it by one of the old European scholars, Plutarch.
In the language of Kemet, the word for hidden is Imen, or Amun is the way that we put it in English. And Amun is the name of God as creator who is everywhere and hidden, combined with Ra'ah, who's the energy of the sun. That's the metaphor for the creator, so Amun Ra'ah. But Amun is the hidden part, very much like the Christian, Jewish, Muslim concept of God as everywhere and invisible.
The sun, the symbol of the creator, was reborn every morning. It reached its highest position in the day at noon, where it was known as Re. Re represented the creator, God, the sustainer of life on high at its highest point. When the sun set in the west, it was known as Amen. Amen is a Kemetic word which means hidden or concealed.
Amen was supposed to be unseen and therefore very all-powerful also, because Amen was responsible for creation. Amen was responsible for everything, knew everything, understood everything, could foretell everything, and so on, the great omnipotent and omnipresent divinity.
At this religious center, one of the main temples that is still here to be seen today was a temple that was dedicated to Amun. The ram was a sign that was always associated to the worship of Amun. It has been claimed that during the time of these temples, it was the astrological age of the ram, what we know as Aries, and that's why the ram was represented.
They all worshipped God Amun, who was the same god as in Egypt, the state god of the pharaohs, whose main temple was in fact in Napata.
Their deity Amen, they make it quite clear. Amen is a deity coming from Cush. And then during the Kushite Golden Age, they resurrect that same belief system, and then they build monuments sacred to Amen, and then Amen's wife, or Amen's consort, Mut. Mut was the goddess of Amen. What's important here is that same site, the Egyptians had their belief that that's where Amen and Mut came from. So that becomes a very, very important center.
Within the African systems, be they in Kemet, be they in Nubia, or be they in Kush, the male god has an equal and opposite female god. We see this representation in all African cultural systems that flow.
Every Netcher in Kemet had his female counterpart. So I reference a Sar and a Set. They were Netcher who complemented each other. They were co-equals.
They are usually together in families, producing children. We have a man and a woman and a child produced as the union.
We tend to think of the deities as a family. It's not quite so biological, it's more religious.
In the beginning there was only Noon, the original ocean of chaos that contained the beginning of everything to come. Ra, the sun, was born and appeared to rise from the surface of the water. Ra then gave birth to two children, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut then had two more children, Nut, the goddess of sky, and Geb, the god of earth. And so with them the physical universe was created. From the union of Geb and Nut, 4 human children were born, and so the story of civilization begun.
The Egyptian creation story, in many respects, represents the development of a civilization and the growing of Egypt, I suppose. And it's coming out of something that's very simple and coming out of nature, and then is being developed by man and being developed also into obviously one of the greatest civilizations that there ever was.
The spiritual world represented the physical world. So as it was in heaven, so as it was on earth. The Africans came together in Kemet to build a heaven on earth.
So what you see is this combination of balance and harmony. The essence of what we find within traditional African society is an understanding of the totality of life that is literally matrilineal and is paired with the masculine energy in order to maintain its force and its operation throughout society. If you suppress the female, you suppress 50% of the power of the creator.
It seems to be really important, and in many respects the sort of male and female seem to represent the two different forces coming together. And I suppose it's a bit like the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt in some respects.
Because they understood that it wasn't just about gender. It was about the understanding of the energy and how it moves, how masculine energy moves and how feminine energy moves, and how to marry the two, which created balance, life.
The idea was to create a land which was like the land that was up in the skies and beneath the earth. And in that sense, they saw that how they were arranged in families was also how the gods must also be arranged in families, and how the spiritual energies of the universe must also be arranged in families because they are arranged in families.
3 of the most important Neteru in Kemet were Asar, Aset, and Heru.
Or to give them the more usual names, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. These 3 deities originally came from Kush.
These are very, very important triumvirate.
Their stories are as much mythology as they are history.
Now, according to Diodorus Siculus, who was one of the ancient Greek historians, Osiris was originally a community leader of very early Kush. He doesn't call him a king of Kush, but he makes it quite clear he was a leader.
Asar is regarded as the founding father of Kemet. He unified the two lands. He established the first nation-state in the recorded history of humanity. He is said to have introduced writing, the writing which the ancient Kemites referred to as Medu Neter, or the writing of God when it was written, or the words of God when it was spoken. He is also said to have introduced agriculture and theology.
Also decided to take civilization to certain parts of the Nile Valley, as well as to other parts of the world.
Asar married a beautiful Nubian woman by the name of Aset, who was his co-regent, not his inferior, his co-regent. And when Asar decided that he was going to travel to other parts of Africa to share his technology with his brothers and sisters on the continent, he left his wife Aset to run their nation.
And he was very successful, very admired, and this provoked the jealousy of his brother, Set.
And Set then plotted to overthrow his brother Asar.
Set, or Sete in ancient Egyptian, murdered his brother, dismembered his body into 14 pieces, and then scattered those 14 pieces throughout Kemet.
When Aset learned of the murder and dismemberment of her husband, she fled for her life, and then she went searching for the missing parts of her husband's body. Aset found 13 of the 14 parts of Asar's body, and as she found each body part, she cleaned it, she anointed it with oils, and she laid all 13 parts out, and she literally remembered her husband, wrapped his entire body in bandages, and created the first mummy in the recorded history of humanity. As Aset was preparing to bury her husband, she grieved because she was about to bury the man that she loved. She grieved because she was still a virgin. They had never consummated their marriage, and thus she would never bear children by the man that she loved. And according to the story written on many papyri in Kemet, carved on several temples in Kemet, the spirit of Asar came and impregnated his virgin wife, Aset. And then 9 months later, the virgin Aset gave birth to their son, Heru.
Now, in the case of Isis, or Set, she is the original Virgin Mother, and she is seen suckling Horus. He is shown as a child suckling his mother, and he's wearing the pharaonic headdress, making it clear that he was born a king.
Haru is the son of Osiris, and he's the embodiment of order. He has to take over the kingship, and he has to do that through a struggle.
So Heru was born, the son of a virgin. He was born with a specific purpose in life. That was to restore his father's kingdom, to do battle with his uncle Set and reclaim his father's throne.
Heru would then take up his father's struggle, in a way, against his uncle Seth.
One of those classic battles, not so much between good and evil, it's more a battle between order and anarchy.
And Heru eventually triumphs over Set.
At that moment, Heru was transformed, miraculously transformed into a falcon. He flew into heaven to meet with his father Asar, told Asar of his victory over Set. His father blessed him, and Heru then returned to Kemet as the legitimate heir to the throne. And when he ascended to the throne, the symbol of the Heru Badet, the winged sun disk, was a symbol that was carved above the entrance of every temple in Kemet to serve as a reminder of Heru fulfilling the reasons for which he was born. And at the moment Heru reclaimed his father's throne and was crowned the king of Kemet, his father Asar was resurrected from the dead and took his place on the throne of judgment.
According to Plutarch, what he says about Osiris is that Osiris was associated with the moon, and the moon has its lunar cycle and then disappears at the end of the lunar month, and then 3 days later is then reborn, and this is then the resurrection of Osiris after being dead for 3 days. So Osiris is then the god of death and resurrection.
And Seth or Zetesh, is never thrown away. He's an important part of the whole series of gods. He's not the annihilating factor.
Set was not purely evil. Set represented the forces of discordance.
Zetesh still has to be there. If you take him away, you're taking away part of reality. But he shouldn't be king. So that balance between Hor and Zetesh is one where Hor, Heru, is meant to be very much on top and ruling.
And our ancestors were very inclusive. And they knew for certain that, as I said, there was a little bit of good in the worst of us and a little good of bad in the best of us. And they represented that in this way.
So the reigning ruler in Kemet, and this is taken over to an extent in Kush, the reigning king is Horus, because he's managed to take over and rule.
I'm here at Naga, at one of the Kushites' most well-preserved sites here today in Sudan.
Temples were really important, both in Kemet and in Kush.
When you begin to look at the development of temples, the temples that we find in Nubia, the temples that we find in Egypt, the temples were universities.
In many respects, they were kind of mini universities. So you have your Egyptian elite living in the temples. They were developing languages, they were developing mythology, they were developing the religion.
There were places where the so-called priests, who were actually priest scholars, part of a system of learning.
And the fact that the temples not only acted as places of worship, but places of learning also.
One was the house of the book, and the other one was the house of life, Per Ankh, meaning house of the life, house of life.
The education was holistic. So you couldn't study maths without studying geography or biology. Everything was interconnected.
These priests that came out of these systems were to be the guardians or the custodians of this cultural practice. They were not theoretical religious people. They were individuals who were both warriors, both scholars, and both priests at the same time.
It might be important to look at the system of education as a system of formal learning and the system of socialization as a way or the way in which one generation was socialized into the fundamental values and rituals and meaning of life of the community and therefore of the society.
The belief was that you weren't born man or born woman, you were born male or born female. And through the process of passage, then you became male or you became female. The passage was intended to be arduous, rigorous.
They would have had to have gone to the temple and gone through certain rites of passage.
The socialization has to do with becoming an adult, with knowing your roles as an adult.
And the training was both physical, both mental, and both spiritual.
And a lot of this came to rest in the temple, where you had schools in the temple.
The temple itself was not to be worshipped. The people themselves understood that they were the most sacred thing, not the temple.
All the professions were premised upon somebody having completed what is called scribal training. To become a scribe was really to achieve the platform from which other careers took off.
What I also find very interesting and very attractive about the Kushite civilization was that, unlike in Egypt, where it was only the educated classes and the priesthood and so on who could read and write, in Kush they achieved a high level of literacy. That meant that humble people could actually read and write and were encouraged to do so.
In actual fact, I don't think there's any modern equivalent to one of these temples. They were both centres of scholarship, but they were also the centres of religion.
So the custodian, the intellectual custodian, was also a spiritual custodian. Was also the warrior custodian. In times of war, it was they that pulled up their cloth and went to war. It was also they that kept the spirit of that nation alive. It was also they who kept the intellect of that nation alive in books and study. So there was no separation. Kemetian philosophy is so monotheistic. All of it was part of the one science, which is life. This science was not separate from religion. So the science and the religion were combined together.
And it's that understanding that everything is interconnected, which is the spirituality.
Everything in the cosmos, in the universe, is related to everything else. We're all interconnected.
There is an understanding that there is one central energy source, but with different aspects. The aspects are represented by how we call in the Western world gods. But there is never a thinking that there isn't one monotheistic central source or power. There is the understanding, whether you're in Kemet, whether you're in Nubia or in Kush or in any of these kingdoms in the Nile Valley or any of the African kingdoms that follow subsequently, that there is one central source or energy from which everything comes from.
Clearly, they share the same religious beliefs as with the Egyptians, with some additions, so to speak. Some local gods were worshipped, like god Apedemak, a lion god. And you have to remember that lions were common here up until the early 19th century.
These historical sites found here in Africa are all that's left of the Nubian and Kushite cultures of people who lived all along the Nile Valley. These ruins are evidence of some of the world's earliest highly developed civilized cultures. These people had an understanding of astrology, medicine, philosophy. They had mapped out the world. They had circumnavigated and understood the planet that they lived on.
We find that the people of the Nile Valley were responsible for developing the first calendar of 365.25 days.
Now, because of the tropical or semi-tropical condition in the Nile Valley, there were clear nights and people could see the stars and the other heavenly bodies. And it is very clear that humanity began to notice patterns. Think about this. How long would it take, for example, for us to understand the movement of the moon?
The moon travels around the Earth every 27.322 days. Because of this, the ancients based their month around a 30-day cycle.
How long will it take for us to work out that the Earth goes around the sun once in every 365.25 days?
The calendar was utilized as late as 4,230 BCE. Now, in order to come to that definitive understanding of how long it takes the Earth to rotate on its orbit around the sun, you have to be able to make celestial observations for at least 1,000 years to identify the patterns, to then correct the patterns, to come up with the most accurate calendar that has ever been used by human beings.
The ancients of the Nile Valley based their year and months around the natural cycles of the universe. Each of their months was connected to an astrological sign, like our zodiac, and so their yearly calendar became a map of the Earth's human, earthly, and heavenly cycles.
And this is where the sense of time, the whole question of the calendar, the year, different months, came out of.
So you had groups of people who had time on their hand to observe their environment and then to produce great works that recorded their observations. So you had astronomers.
In terms of astrology, that was always, again, very important to the ancient Egyptians, and when people were born, they would actually have their charts drawn up.
We see water irrigation, we see aqueducts, we see underground heating, swimming pools, we see heated swimming pools.
We had people who studied rocks and minerals, geology.
These very brightly polished ones, that's again a classic Sudanese. I think that particular colour combination, those happen to be the colours of the modern Egyptian flag, but actually it's a very, to me, very Sudanese combination, that clear white with dark and red. Earlier in the history of Kemet, you get a lot of carnelian, the red stone, coming out of Nubia.
Precision drilling, iron smelting, precision iron smelting.
You had people who studied plant cycles, agriculture.
We see papyrus paper, we see glass making, we see stained glass, we see use of gunpowder, not in weaponry, but in religious services and religious rites.
You had people who studied building, how to build structures, what materials are best used to build structures.
This was a great golden age of pyramids, of temples, of writing, scholarship.
We see elements and a good deal of evidence, perhaps of electricity.
You had artisans who were responsible for creating great works of art, sculptures, paintings.
Gold smelting, silver smelting, the creation of refined industries.
These are classic faience beads. This is the colour that most of the material in this tray should look. Faience is simply desert sand, it's quartz sand, but it's ground down and fused at a fairly high temperature, and you add the colour from adding ingredients, so that amazing blue will come from copper filings that have been added in. So there's a very close link between the artists who are producing all of this material and the metal workers, because they're using the filings from the metal workers' floor. So the underpinning of order in Egyptian religious art and in the language is a pedestal. It's a block that looks a bit like kind of a carpenter's plane, something to make things smooth. And the word in the language of Kemet is ma'at. Ma'a is smooth, and it's trying to make things on a smooth path. That seems to be the metaphor they use, and ma'at almost means what is good.
One of the most significant aspects of spirituality in Kemet had to do with the concept of ma'at. Ma'at represented the ubiquitous powers that flow throughout the universe, that maintain the balance, the harmony, and the order throughout the universe and on planet Earth. Ma'at was represented by a female figure with wings and an ostrich feather. One later came to recognize this figure of a human being with wings as a prototype for angels within Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Ma'at was fundamental to the Nile Valley because it was its moral code.
The ancient Kemetians believed, as did the Africans from the south, that when one passed from this existence to another, there was a point of spiritual judging. This spiritual judging was to weigh your heart with a feather. The heart had to measure itself and be balanced against a feather.
And you quite literally get the heart being weighed on scales to see if a person is worthy of going through to the next life.
We can actually still see Nubians wearing the feather of Ma'at, showing their connection to this moral order.
The people and the pharaohs tried to establish and maintain Ma'at. And they didn't have a word for evil, because that's, I think, what people think, good and evil, light and dark, do you know what I mean? But the opposite of Ma'at was Isfet, which was unbalanced.
Ma'at, the feather, would then be weighed against a person's heart. And if your heart is heavy and it tips against a feather, it shows that you have done things to have a heavy heart, meaning you're a guilty person.
The idea of the feather was a representation of the female aspect and also of air, but also of the lightness of being, the idea that your heart was not heavy. We still say it now. My heart is not heavy. My heart was light. I had a light heart, a clean soul.
They declare their innocence by reciting the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, some of which would sound very familiar to Jews and Christians. Those 42 admonitions were, I have not stolen. I have not committed adultery. I have not polluted myself. I have not polluted the land. I have not spoken ill of my neighbor. I have not spoken ill against God. I have not defrauded offerings. As a person's heart was weighed on the scale of Ma'at, as they recited these 42 declarations, if they were true to these declarations, then their heart would be as light as a feather. This is where the concept comes from. And so it means that they would be pronounced Ma'at Keru, true of voice.
The clean soul was the fundamental aspect. We see it represented in all the Kemetian philosophies, which they had taken from their mother from the south.
So the idea then of Ma'at is she represents keeping the law, keeping truth, keeping justice, keeping righteousness, keeping reciprocity.
And what this basically meant is that we had to say that we didn't do these 42 cardinal sins. And once we lived a life that didn't contribute to those, we lived a good life, a righteous life.
This event was recorded in the Book of Judgment by Jehuti, and then in the next scene of this very important document, of which thousands and thousands were produced, because every person who died wanted to have this document to help them be able to recall these 42 admonitions. One of the very last panels shows Heru, the son of Asar, leading the vindicated soul of this person to his father. And it brings to mind the passage in the Bible, I think it's John. So Heru was the way, Heru was the truth, Heru was the light through which the soul of man was brought before the Lord of judgment and then proceeded to go into heaven or hell to experience the next life.
Ma'at is also called Sit Ra'ah, the daughter of Ra'ah, the sun god, the creator. And although you find parallels for that in European Christianity, the church is called the daughter of God, so you can see that kind of idea that the great force that protects good is related to the creator.
So Ma'at represented the means by which a person can achieve their highest spiritual level of understanding.
This wasn't about religion, this was a way of life, of being, of relating to each other, because relationships was our highest value, how we related to ourselves. So before you can relate to somebody else, you have to relate to yourself.
It's often used as a kind of unique force that you don't find in any other society in the world. I'm not sure I believe that, because I think every society defines itself by what it thinks is right. So in Kemet, the word of the language of Kemet for what is right is Ma'at.
All of these ideas and concepts can be traced back to the Nile Valley, to Kemet, to Nubia, at least 1,000 years before the advent of Judaism.
Talking about the importance of spirituality and of spirituality itself, not only to Kemet, Kush, and other places in the Nile Valley, but to all African society that remain African, even unto today. And I think it's important for us to understand that to be African is to be a spiritual being, because our ancestors recognized being spiritual as the fundamental of human existence.
From the start, whether we look at the Nile Valley during the Tarseti, Kemetan, or Kushite period, we see a unifying system of understanding that gave the people their moral core. An understanding that may have changed slightly from generation to generation, but a knowledge of a divine force greater than themselves continued to be at the center of their civilization. Debates still rage about the length and continuation of the Nile Valley cultures and how interconnected they were. What we do know is that over time rulership changed between the different black rulers along the banks of the Nile. It appears that Kemet was roughly 3,000 years old before it had any interference from cultures outside of Africa. Asiatic people known as the Hyksos melted into the Northern Nile society at first, and then by chance took full control of Lower Kemet and ruled for roughly 100 years. During this time, Kemet was inflicted with corruption and a depraved form of leadership. There's still debate around whether they were fully kicked out or not. Society in the Lower Nile Valley continued to come under attack from groups outside of Africa.
When the Assyrians took over Kemet, they attempted to separate Egypt or Kemet from Nubia. Now, this was a hard thing to do since both sets of people were entwined. Their families, their culture, their religion was part of the same culture and religion.
In about 1,000 years BC, the Nubians moved in and took full control of Lower Kemet, bringing the whole region under Kushite protection.
When Kemet got into difficulties, it was the Nubians from the south who came from the south to the north to rescue Kemet.
The Kushites, they decided to go into Egypt and to take control of the situation, to sort things out, to restore traditions, to restore religion, to restore law and order, and to basically remind the people in Egypt who they really were.
They were trying to retake Kemet because Kemet was theirs. It was their bloodline. They were not foreign invaders. They were individuals who were part of the original bloodline, attempting to retake the bloodline and the land which was once their own. So that line of 7 or 8 Nubian kings was an attempt to give an African renaissance, to return Kemet back to African hands after the Assyrians were attempting to cut off Kemet from the Sudan or cut off Kemet from Nubia.
During the period of Kushite rule in Egypt, the way they administered that country was quite interesting. What would happen is the male pharaohs would then rule from the city of Napata. Female rulers would then rule from Waset, which is in Egypt.
In Africa, women didn't rule and men didn't rule. Men and women ruled equally with a co-rulership with different functions, where the woman was fully vested and the man was fully vested.
And what I find interesting and very attractive about this civilization is the fact that women could actually rule in their own right. So they didn't have to be, rulers because they were waiting for a boy king to grow up, or they weren't ruling behind the scenes while, the guy was the king and he was the official ruler. They actually ruled in and of themselves.
Now, who were these female rulers? Some people say that they were the wives of the Kushite pharaohs. Some people say that they were the sisters of the Kushite pharaohs. Whichever be the case, they formed a parallel dynasty. And that dynasty would be aunt being succeeded by her niece, and that kind of line. Iron, the center of that industry, was of course Meroe.
Meroe is already a city, a royal city, when the capital is further north at Napata.
The royal city of Meroe is very important to our understanding of the achievements of the Kushites because it was actually a planned city. It was planned, it had a water sanctuary, which are known as the baths, it had temples, and it also had spacious homes on the scale of aristocrats.
Today at this ancient site of Meroe, we can see the most amazing arrangement of pyramids. Here, like in other parts of the Nile Valley, it's still debated whether the pyramids were used just for burials or if they were astrological markers and places for holy rituals.
The city of Meroe dates back to about the 10th century BC, although this is controversial. If one looks at some of the older writers writing in the 19th century, They argue that Meroe is so old that it even predates ancient Egypt. But let's get with the conservative dates, 10th century BC. Scholars who have been to Meroe have all pointed out the same thing, the huge amounts of iron slag.
Meroe was a massive industrial center of antiquity and clearly a major center of iron production.
As a production center, it's long before the Industrial Revolution, but in a certain way it's an industrial city.
In fact, the early explorers call it Birmingham of Africa.
Now, why the Birmingham of Africa? Well, Birmingham, back in the day, was the center of England's iron working industry.
As an industrial centre, it was very, very important. The main thing that people think about when they talk about Meroe is iron. There was iron production there. Some people have even said they had steel production.
In this area, it was rich in iron ore, so it allowed Meroe to develop not just as a major political and, with Amun Temple, religious center, but also as a major industrial center, which perhaps traded with countries elsewhere.
There are reports that the Kingdom of Kush had trade routes going as far as India, and that many Nubians settled there, creating an area called Indus Kush.
That makes you look at how people inside Meroe related to one another and to the outside world in a new way.
Meroe has a whole series of pyramids in a very good state of preservation. There are at least 84 pyramids, and it's quite possible that many more have since been found.
I'm standing here at the pyramid complex of Meroe. Here in Sudan, there are over 200 pyramids that have been found here to date. This is almost twice as many as its neighbor in Egypt. These pyramids were built by the Nubians. And this is just one of the complexes that can be seen here today.
Gold and iron were two most important trading products in Kush. Gold has a long history because the reason why Nubia got the name Nubia in the first place is derived from the ancient Egyptian word nub, which means gold.
And what the ancient Egyptians are saying is that this is the land of gold. This is where we get gold from.
There was a reputation that the Egyptians had that gold was as plentiful as dust. Wasn't true, but this was a reputation that it developed. But where did the Egyptians get their gold from in the first place? They got them from the Kushite gold mines.
They traded with each other.
Herodotus mentions that gold was used to enchain prisoners. Now, he may well be exaggerating, but since there are images of even mundane things like golden tweezers, the fact that gold would then be used to make tweezers, that shows that it's not a far stretch of the imagination for Herodotus to say that gold would then be used to enchain prisoners.
Many of the things that we think of as advanced culture or advanced technology has its root within Kemet.
We know that pottery was first used in Sudan rather than in Egypt.
The Kushites throughout their whole history were always very good at making pottery. They were very artistic, and their pottery is some of the best in the ancient world. That was also manufactured at Meroe.
This is the great glory of Meroe, the pottery. Much of this has been conserved and restored. What's extraordinary is how thin they're able to make this pottery and how they choose every tradition open to them.
What's amazing here is this pottery is over 2,500 years old, and much of it is still usable today.
This is much more an Egyptian form. That's a little baby feeding cup. That's just the mud of the Nile.
Now, the last ruler, Shepenupet II, was on the throne when the Assyrians conquered Egypt. They made their conquest in 663 BC.
When the last of the Nubian kings, Tawentameni, fought his last conflict with Ashurbanipal, who was the Assyrian king in 664 BCE, we see Kemet being split from the African world, or an attempt to split Kemet from the African world. As the subsequent more barbarous invaders took control of Egypt, the kings of Kush were afraid that their central kingdom would be attacked, would be destroyed. So they moved their capital from Napata to Meroe, which is why Meroe grows when Napata declines.
The kings moved their burial ground, their pyramids, to Meroe, and perhaps they moved the capital city even earlier, around 500–600 BC.
So this dividing line that was set up by the Kushite kings was a matter of defense, a matter of safety.
After this, there are no more black rulers of Egypt. The rulers are now Assyrians or Assyrian puppets.
And essentially the northern part of Kemet became part of the culture and history and civilization of Assyria. Assyria became the focal point, the married line, the feminine line, the female line of Kemet was deliberately usurped by the Assyrian kings.
And therefore Shepenupet II was the last independent black ruler of Egypt.
As the Assyrian kings took control of Kemet, then we have a resurgence in consciousness in Nubia. The Kushite people, the Nubian people in the south, resurged because after 664, perhaps by 590 BCE, there were no further attempts by the Nubians, by the Kushites, to retake Kemet. That's why Meroe had a second renaissance. It had a renaissance before, but that's why it had a second renaissance, because the Kushite kings, the Nubian kings, were no longer trying to take back Kemet. That's why the Meroitic script was resurged.
Now, during the time of Kushite pharaoh Natarsen, the Kushites invent this script, which scholars call Meroitic.
And interestingly, they also borrowed from Egyptians the signs for writing their language.
But let's be quite clear. Egyptian hieroglyphics themselves date back to the Tarseti period, which is the first golden age of Nubia. So if we wanted to trace the origin of Egyptian hieroglyphics, we have to go back to very early Nubia.
Basically, for the longest time in Kushite history that we find evidence of writing, they were using the same hieroglyphs as the Egyptians were using. Both cultures used the same. But later on, when the kingdom became more centered in Meroe, they devised their own script.
But they borrow 23 hieroglyphic signs and a number of other demotic signs to write in their own language, which is the second oldest written language in Africa, Meroitic language.
They actually devised two scripts. One is known as the cursive script, and the other one is known now as the Meroitic hieroglyphs.
The script had 23 letters, of which 19 were consonants and 4 were vowels. There was also a word divider, so scholars know when the words began, when the words ended.
And it's only partly deciphered, so there's lots of mysteries in the work.
And there are 900 books and inscriptions written in this old script.
In terms of understanding the language, it hasn't been translated yet, and so that really hampers our understanding of the culture and the religion, and basically how the people saw themselves and what they'd like to say about themselves. There are a couple of people who are trying to decipher the language, and one of the ways that they wanted to do it was to speak to people who today speak what may have been a related language.
Time is running out because a lot of the languages of Africa are not spoken by more than literally sometimes a dozen people. And as the elders die and people don't capture these languages, we won't have that link. People in the landscape won't know what the sound was.
It appears that the Nubian Kushites created this new language to protect the last of their secrets from the invading foreigners. In doing so, they created a greater divide between them and their lost gem of the Nile Valley, Egypt.
Then Egypt is conquered by the Persians in 525 BC.
The Persian kings, like Cambyses, a ruthless and genocidal ruler who took over Persian rulership and then took over rulership in Kemet. This Cambyses attempted to invade Nubia and failed. His army died in the Nubian desert. That which was left was destroyed by the Nubian bows. If you don't know, then you should know that the Nubians were famous for having the longbow. Even before the 14th century Englishman said he created a longbow, I don't know how he came out with creating the English longbow. The longbow was the famous weapon of choice for the Nubian, the Kushite warriors.
Then it's conquered by the Greeks in 332 BC.
Then, of course, after the Battle of Gargamella in 323 or 325 BCE, Alexander the Great, a Greek, a Macedonian, defeated Darius III. In defeating Darius III, Alexander the Great then became a pharaoh of Egypt.
He took charge of Egypt, which is what we get the name from the ancient Greeks. That's what they called the country.
So the Egyptian world becomes part then of the Greek world.
And following his death, when his kingdom, which was so big it had to be divided up amongst his generals, a general called Ptolemy took charge of Egypt, and initially as a satrap, as an official who was ruling there, and then later as a king.
The Macedonian rulerships, Ptolemy, etc., he was a Macedonian Greek general, married into the Egyptian bloodline. Married into the female Egyptian bloodline, producing Egyptians who are Greek and Egyptian at the same time and facing towards Greece.
And he founded really the last resident dynasty of pharaohs.
So then Egypt then became even more divorced. And then, of course, there is the classic story. Whether or not there is historical accuracy to it is another matter, although we do have references to it, of Alexander's attempt to invade Nubia and the Candace Amerinus with elephants and warriors preventing him from invading Nubia. We have that recorded under several Greek scholars. The Macedonian rulers of Egypt did not conquer Nubia. Nubia remained essentially intact.
The Greeks had had a lot of contact with Kemet, and they saw Kemet as a place where they would go to learn. So many of the famous Greek philosophers, mathematicians, scientists, playwrights, all went to Egypt to actually learn from the Egyptian priests.
The Greek rulership did not affect the religious systems in the same way that Christianity and Islam did.
The Romans started to interfere with Egypt about 100 BC. And that was because this Ptolemaic dynasty, the dynasty Cleopatra was the last ruler of that dynasty, had started to have a lot of dynastic feuds. So brothers and sisters had been sort of arguing and vying for the throne. One person would be exiled, somebody else would take control. And the Romans were starting to become increasingly powerful, and quite often the ruler who'd been exiled would actually run to the Romans and ask them to put them back on the throne.
Then it's conquered by the Romans in 30 BC.
For the Greeks and Romans, the Egyptians were Africans, and when you get depictions of Egyptians, they're always shown people with black skin, afro hair, sort of small noses, broad faces, full mouths. So they actually sort of have a caricature almost of what they see as an Egyptian. And the Greeks often confused Egypt with Ethiopia, so they'll quite often call the Egyptians Ethiopians. So obviously somebody with a dark face. And when they showed Ethiopians, they showed them in exactly the same way that they showed Egyptians as Africans. So there was no question at all that Egypt was an African country. It certainly wasn't seen to be European by either the Greeks or the Romans.
Now, the Romans and the Greeks and the Assyrians and the Persians came to Egypt because Egypt was the breadbasket of the world. The control of Egypt and the granaries of Egypt was fundamental to the control of any civilization that attempted to control the world. Not only that, but Egypt, through its trade relations with the South, had control and access to the minerals of the South, the iron, the copper, the gold, the silver. The Roman system of coinage was based on gold and silver. Therefore, they needed access to the mines of the south. So the control of Egypt was fundamental in getting the trade from the gold and silver from the south to the north. So therefore, the control of Egypt was fundamental. Egypt was the most wealthy nation in the world, and it remained so through Assyrian, Persian, Greek, or Roman rulership. Egypt still was the most wealthy, not just in terms of gold and silver, which was, you know, tenuous in terms of its commodity value, but in terms of grain, wheat. Rome as a civilization, like the Greek civilization, did not produce enough food to sustain itself.
The Romans saw Egypt, and the reason they really wanted Egypt so much was it was a grain source for their armies.
When Kemet was invaded by the Greeks and the Romans, they effectively ruined the country. They used it not for itself, they used it for their own country. So, for example, when the Romans were ruling in Kemet, they took all the grain from there and sent it to Rome as dole for their people, because the Romans had a dole system where they would give people bread to keep them quiet. That was their dole. And all the grain that made that bread came from Kemet. So basically they ruined the country completely.
But they also traded things like animals, obviously for their gladiatorial fights. A lot of the African animals were shipped over to Rome because the Romans saw Egypt as this sort of exotic and interesting, sort of another world almost. It wasn't just another country, it was a completely different world to the one that they were used to.
So when you overexploit a country like that and you take all of its resources and you use it for another country, obviously there's going to be nothing left for that country. And over time, Egypt became poorer and poorer, and I feel that this ultimately led to the final downfall.
So the relationship between Egypt and Rome was fundamental in Roman survival, not in Egyptian survival, in Roman survival.
I think Egypt was crucial to Rome's development, both from a political point of view in that it gave it a very important, a very wealthy territory, but also because a lot of people in Rome became very interested in Egyptian religion and Egyptian cults. And also, they must have been learning from people in Egypt, as the Greeks had learned from people in Egypt. So I think that Egypt was actually very important for Rome, certainly Rome's early development.
But all of this means, of course, that Egypt is getting more cut off from its neighbour from the south. It sees its relationship as being north. Its connections are northward, not southwards. It sees the south as a trade route, a source of supplies and minerals and grain. And we see further connections between the royalty, the royal families, the political people of Egypt, and we see with the south, because the south has cut itself off and it's been cut off.
Now, the conquests of Egypt changed the population. And so Egypt was already moving into an Afro-Asian direction.
The calendar was actually adopted by the Romans. They decided to adopt the Egyptian calendar, so we've actually taken that from obviously the Romans then spreading throughout Europe. So actually Rome's quite a key and important player in us today learning about ancient Egypt, because it adopted so many different parts of its knowledge and culture and was very, very keen to promote it.
So as Rome tightens its hold on Egypt, and the failed attempt by Cleopatra and Julius Caesar to produce a line of individuals, that line being destroyed by Octavian or Augustus Caesar.
And at that point, finally, Egypt loses its last resident ruler, Cleopatra.
The line of pharaohs abolished. It's at that point that we have the end of dynastic Egypt under Roman rulership.
And it's after that point, when Rome takes control, that we start to, in many respects, I suppose, see the downfall of Egypt and the demise of Egyptian culture.
Meanwhile, in Kush, the pharaonic culture continues.
One of the great things about the Sudanese Meroitic Kingdom, they're one of these kingdoms that keep the Romans out. It's one of the kingdoms that the Roman Empire tried to conquer and failed to conquer.
I think also the further south that the Romans went, obviously, the further away they're going from the Mediterranean and from Europe, and so arguably the more difficult that would become for them.
I'm standing in the center of the once great city of Miro.
Behind me is a temple dedicated to Amun.
Excavations done here in the 90s reveal temples with walls and statues covered with gold leaf, a remnant of Merowe's immense gold trade. At the heart of this ancient city, we find the remains of its spiritual center. Here, Amen was revered in temples of the highest splendor.
When they moved here, they built another temple to this god, the largest, as I said, apart from Napata, in the Sudan, which unfortunately now is in a ruined state, as most of the site is.
The royal city was walled with gates and towers. And one of the old sources makes it clear that the population of Merowe supported at least 200,000 soldiers and 4,000 artisans. And that would give us some kind of indication of what scale of city that we're talking about. Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, made reference to a violet-scented fountain where people would wash and they would bathe in these aromatic salts. And the Liverpool expedition at the beginning of the 20th century excavated in Merowe and found that Herodotus was probably talking about this bath that shares affinities with the Roman bath. What's interesting about this capital is that only a tiny fraction of it has actually been excavated.
Perhaps I am standing right now on the ruins on the temple, which is still to be discovered.
In truth, at least 90% of it is still to be found.
I hope to do it in the coming years. We did some preliminary sondages, and we found, again, domestic remains, but also a fragment of a temple from maybe 300 BC, so we hope to find it.
So we can only infer from the little bit that we've seen so far, and the little bit that we've seen so far is very, very impressive.
Hidden under the desert surface of this ancient temple are the tile remains of its ancient modern beauty. Much of this area is covered with these types of tiles.
The modern-day neglect of these temples is only equaled by the invading nations that came in and replaced religions and took over the land of these areas.
The Nubian and Kushite culture began to slowly decline as the invading nations took control of the surrounding areas. As Rome became Christian, it began to spread its New World religion throughout its empire, taking religious control of the Nile Valley.
For the essential part, Kush remained essentially unchristianized. However, on the eastern side of Sudan, in a place called Aksum, they created a Coptic religious system. This Coptic religious system, though essentially African, had a different philosophical base to it than that which had been there present, and a different thinking process to that which had been there present.
The last of the Kushite pyramids is around 300 and something AD. And so it would seem that the last burials of the Kushites coincides with the punishing of the Red and the Black Noba by Emperor Ezana of Aksum.
This Aksumite kingdom was the kingdom that in 320 AD, CE, was the kingdom that eventually conquered Kush.
The end of Kush brought the end of roughly 5,000 years of royal culture in the Nubian lands of the Nile Valley. So as we look back over this ancient world, we can say that the ancient Africans of the Nile Valley had a civilization that lasted longer than the society we are part of today. At its peak, it had reached a great level of spiritual, social, economic, and structural development. This was a civilization of religion, astrology, medicine, philosophy, architecture, art, engineering, mathematics, and much of what was passed down to us from the Greeks and Romans actually came from the legacy of the Africans of the Nile Valley.
ሰሎሜ የወንዶች መልካም መዓዛ
Hello, I'm Salome. Welcome to Salome Styles. I'm your host and producer, and we'll be bringing you the latest in fashion and the designers who create them. Let's start on the runway.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. For many years, it's been my pleasure to produce a number of documentaries discovering fascinating and provocative tales, the accomplishments, tragedies, and the greatness behind some of the most unique people of color that have ever walked through life. From my archives, here is one such story.
In 1927, Dewey Brown gained membership into the PGA of America, becoming the first black to do so. So Dewey Brown, for 7 years, performed all the duties of a PGA club professional. He gave lessons, organized tournaments, then very suspiciously, in 1934, his membership in the PGA of America was revoked. Come to find out, Brother Brown was actually a black man. Somebody found out, dropped a dime on him. Several months later, the PGA of America instituted its Caucasian-only clause in 1934. So for 27 years, blacks and other minorities and women could not play on the PGA Tour.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. Since the debut of Jackie Robinson with the Brooklyn Dodgers, the African-American community has gained great acclaim in the world of mainstream sports. In addition to becoming leaders in baseball, basketball, football, and tennis, a small number of African-Americans have ventured into a sport that many had fought to keep exclusive, the world of professional golf. Over the course of this program, we will uncover a legacy that has been mostly unknown and rarely told, as we present part one of Rainbow on the Green. Origins of the game of golf date back nearly 1,000 years to 11th century China and 12th century Europe. The object of the game was to use the least number of hits or strokes to get the ball into designated holes across a playing field known as a golf course. Thus, the modern game of golf was born. By the end of the 19th century, golf had become a highly popular game among the upper crust of European society, especially in England and Scotland. As the popularity of golf reached the United States, international competition between Europeans and Americans led to a major historic moment at the second United States Open tournament at Shinnecock Hills Golf Course in Long Island, New York on July 18, 1896.
John Shippen was a 16-year-old caddy. He and a fellow caddy, a Shinnecock Indian named Oscar Bunn, became proficient as players. So the second U.S. Open came to Shinnecock Hill Country Club, and the members wanted them to compete in the championship. They were the best players at the club. So you had these Europeans, mostly Scots, Brits, Irishmen. They raised so much hell at the thought of these minority players, these young caddies, playing in the tournament that they threatened to withdraw. The head of the United States Golf Association was a man named Theodore Havermeyer. Mr. Havermeyer told them, withdraw. The tournament is going on if only 2 players compete in it. They backed down, of course, and after the first round of the tournament, John Shippen, I think he shot a first round 81 and shared the first round lead with one of their top players. Of course, the second round, he finished tied for 4th or 5th in the event overall. But what he proved was that a black man could play the game at the highest level.
Only 3 years following John Shippen's historic U.S. Open debut, a prominent African-American dentist and Harvard University faculty member named Dr. George Franklin Grant brought a new dimension to the sport of golf with a bold new creation.
Dr. Grant had a fondness for the game, but he also was a master of haberdashery. He was used to the finer things in life. And so back then, the way that you made a golf tee was to take some damp sand and form it in the shape of a tee and set your ball on it. Well, this could be quite messy, as you might imagine. Well, Dr. Grant, I guess he was tired of, soiling his clothing. So he decided there had to be a better way. He came up with the wooden golf tee. He did patent it in 1899, but he didn't exploit it. But what he proved was that blacks and other minorities had the wherewithal to find a better way. And we have done that throughout history in many other areas, and it was the same in golf.
When Rainbow on the Green continues, African Americans solidify their place in golf by creating a league of their own. Following the groundbreaking achievements of John Shippen and Dr. George Grant, many more African Americans and women began building on these successes.
If you look at the history of golf, we kept inventing and improving. You know, we had our own country clubs. When they wouldn't let us play on the PGA Tour, a group of black businessmen met in 1925 at a YMCA in Washington, D.C. and started our own tour called the United Golfers Association.
The United Golf Association, also known as the UGA, founded in 1925, staged tournaments, clinics, and golf outings around the country. Its mission was to gather all colored golfers and golf associations into one body. Despite the success of the UGA, the ability for black golfers to play consistently required the support of prominent black business leaders and entertainers to finance their golf ventures.
There were some tournaments that were open to blacks, the U.S. Open, the Canadian Open, the L.A. Open, but it took money to compete.
Yeah, Joe Louis, Ray Robinson, Billy Eckstein, these were the type of people that we had to turn to for our money in the early years that really helped us, to help get us started.
That was the impetus of black golf during that period. You had to have someone who could sponsor you.
I worked for Billy Eckstein. Teddy Rose taught Joe Louis how to play. But we all used to travel together. Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis, and Ike Williams, you know.
Billy Eckstein, of course, was a famous singer, band leader back in the day. And Charlie Sifford was his man Friday, who taught him how to play, who served as his hustle buddy, and would chauffeur him around the country, and so this is how it was done. Celebrities helping black golfers.
In addition to Billy Eckstein, Joe Louis, and Sugar Ray Robinson, numerous other celebrities were all influential in the progress of the UGA.
This tour spawned many, many great players. Probably the most famous was a guy named Teddy Rhodes. Teddy Rhodes is arguably the greatest black player in the history of the game, bar none.
Pound for pound and shot for shot, he was probably the greatest golfer that I had ever seen.
He was the best player then, Teddy Rose. It took me 5 years before I could beat him.
On the UGA, this man won over 150 golf tournaments. He was a master of the short game. They say that he was the greatest wedge player ever to pick up a golf club.
Probably one of the sweetest swingers that golf have ever seen, and I think that that's probably what won him over and the reason why he was able to be so successful at it.
He never got a chance really to show how good he was because of the Caucasian-only clause. By the time Charlie Sifford broke through, Teddy Rhodes was a little too old to be considered a contender on the PGA Tour.
Joe Louis rose above the masses as one of the greatest heavyweight boxing champions and one of the most famous Americans of his time. His love for golf solidified friendships with many top black golfers, eventually leading to his support of the UGA and influence over the ultimate integration of the sport.
My father was instrumental in pointing out the segregation of golf, pointing out the unfortunate consequence that black pros couldn't play on the same playing field. And I don't think that rule changed until 1960 or 62. The fact of the matter is my father sponsored a lot of golf tournaments. In 1952, my father was invited to play in the San Diego Open. He was invited by the sponsors, which were the Chevrolet dealers. And they didn't realize that there was a non-Caucasian rule in the PGA bylaws that said if you weren't white, you couldn't be a member of the PGA. If you weren't a member of the PGA, you couldn't play in a PGA tournament. But they wanted the heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis, who dominated for 12 years, to play in the 1952 San Diego Open. When they learned that there was this non-Caucasian rule and they had to disinvite my father said, well, they're going to have to tell me to my face. So he got on the plane and went on to San Diego and said, here I am. And so as it turns out, they asked him to qualify, and some black pros tried to qualify as well. And he was the first black to play in a PGA Tour event in the 1952 San Diego, as an amateur under a sponsor's exemption.
Lewis was allowed to play, but that didn't break down the barriers. That only nudged the door open about a crack.
While Joe Louis and others continued to struggle for racial equality in golf, a group of 13 women, led by Marilyn Smith and star golfers Patty Berg and Babe Saharias, formed the Ladies Professional Golf Association, or LPGA, in 1950, opening the doors for women to stake their rightful place in the game. When we return, a former caddy from poor beginnings in North Carolina breaks golf's color barrier.
Up until 1961, they had a Caucasian clause in the Constitution of the PGA that said if you were not a Caucasian, you could not be a member of the PGA Tour. We fought that very heartily and carried it to the courts of California, where it was stricken out of, and we were able to become members after that. Charlie was the first to become a member, then Ray Botts, and then Pete Brown and myself. So I was very fortunate to come along at a time when it was a lot easier than it had been for Charlie, you know.
Charlie Sifford says, "Don't give up hope. Watch what I do with this shot."
Get in there!
Despite dealing with racial slurs, death threats, and hate mail, Charlie Sifford never backed down. And in March 1960, his perseverance was rewarded by becoming the first African American to receive a tour card to play on the PGA Tour.
Charlie Sifford. Charlie's been a good player a long time, a hard worker. Deserves a lot of credit.
Okay, Charlie. Good shot, Charlie.
Center of the fairway.
Sifford, starting the tour as a 37-year-old rookie, would go on to win 2 PGA events and amass more than $340,000 in earnings during his PGA career. He garnered another $1 million on the senior PGA Tour.
Charlie Sifford here with a wedge and lofts it up right at the flag. This should be very good. It's going to be right at the hole. Could be very close. Beautiful shot. Almost a stiff one there by Charlie Sifford.
Charlie's accomplishments as both a tour professional and an ambassador for minorities of all colors who followed him onto the tour led him to golf's ultimate prize, induction into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2004.
The World Golf Hall of Fame, as you probably heard called a number of times, is golf's highest honor. To have someone who literally blazed the way in golf, you only have one of those.
Charlie, had he played in his 20s, he might have won 40, 50 tournaments.
We don't know really how great he would have been in terms of a player and number of victories, number of major championships he could have won, but we certainly know a lot about the caliber of the person that he is.
Beautiful putt by Charlie. Fine putt.
You're going to have to forgive me because this is touching. A little old caddy boy from Charlotte, North Carolina. Come from a very poor family. Out there running up and down the road behind this little white ball and getting inducted into the greatest hall, the World Hall of Fame. How about it? I started out in this game, I wanted to do 5 things. I wanted to win a golf tournament. I wanted to play in the National Open. I wanted to play in the U.S. Open. I wanted to play in the Masters. And I wanted to get in the Hall of Fame. Well, I got 4 out of 5, so that little old golf I played was all right, wasn't it?
Coming up on Rainbow on the Green, with the color barrier broken, golfers of all colors joined the PGA Tour. Following Charlie Sifford's historic run, the torch for African-American greatness in golf was passed to Lee Elder, a former UGA star and protege of the great Teddy Rhodes.
He taught me the game. I traveled with him for well over 10 years, and it was certainly something that I enjoyed, and Like I say, he was instrumental in getting my game in the condition that it was in.
Lee Elder established a new standard for black golfers on the PGA Tour, becoming the first African American to earn more than $1 million, the first black member of the United States Ryder Cup team, and qualification for the 1975 Masters Tournament, golf's biggest event.
It meant that I had did something that I was leaving perhaps a goal for other young Afro-Americans who was coming after me to reach, to qualify for the Masters.
Given the racial climate for black golfers on the tour at that time, Elder worked diligently to develop a strong mental focus that helped him achieve his goals on and off the golf course.
I felt that if I could make myself strong mentally and be able to really just block it out of my mind and go ahead and compete and do it with my golf clubs, and I felt that it would certainly prove how tough that I could be mentally and physically.
While Lee Elder brought black golf success to mainstream America, other black golfers joined him on the tour, including James Black, Pete Brown, and Jim Dent, one of the longest drivers off the tee in PGA history.
The first time I ever played with Jack Nicholson, I played with him at the rail. And I never even think about no distance, how far I was hitting the ball. Well, the first hole I hit at 385, and he hit 325, and he stepped it off. He said, as far as I ever been outdriven by hitting a 300 yard.
On the green, Chichi Rodriguez putts out for par.
Juan Chichi Rodriguez, a native of Puerto Rico, turned professional in 1960, and in 1963 won his first PGA event, the Denver Open. Rodriguez would go on to win 8 times on the PGA Tour and was a member of the 1973 United States Ryder Cup team. His career on the senior PGA Tour proved to be phenomenal, as he won 22 events in 8 years and established himself as one of the greatest showmen that golf has ever seen.
Watch this.
I could still hit the ball a long way when I went on the seniors tour, so the golf courses were short, and I've always been a good short iron player from the 5-iron on down. I felt more confident over there. There I had a bunch of guys on Social Security.
In 1989, Rodriguez won the Bobby Jones Award, the highest honor given by the United States Golf Association. And in 1992, Chichi became the first Puerto Rican inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame. In this episode of Rainbow on the Green, you witnessed the transformation of golf from its segregated roots into a true multicultural sport, showcasing the very best regardless of color. In our next episode, you will see how opportunities created by integration have resulted in a new era of superstardom in both the PGA and LPGA tours, and have nurtured the future of minority growth in golf worldwide. I'm Tim Reed, and I want you to tune in to our next episode of Rainbow on the Green, Part 2. Hello, I'm Tim Reed. In Part 1 of Rainbow on the Green, we explored the groundbreaking accomplishment of early African-American golfing pioneers like John Shippen, Charlie Sifford, and the United Golf Association. This legacy of achievement was only the beginning. Over the next half hour, we will explore the journey of women and other minority golfers and investigate what the future holds for them as they emerge as global superstars in the world of golf in Part 2 of Rainbow on the Green. By the 1960s, the LPGA opened its doors to minority women with the introduction of the great Althea Gibson to the tour in 1963. Gibson, already considered one of America's greatest athletes, had broken the color barrier for women in tennis in 1950. She played in 171 LPGA events from 1963 to 1977. Renee Powell joined Gibson on the LPGA Tour in 1967 after a successful run winning UGA national titles from 1959 to 1961. Powell now manages Clearview Golf Club in East Canton, Ohio, the first golf course in America designed, built, owned, and operated by an African American, her father, William Powell. Following the paths forged by Althea Gibson and Renee Powell were Japanese golf sensations Hisako Higuchi, winner of 69 titles on the LPGA Japan Tour, and Ayako Okamoto. Winner of 17 LPGA events and the first non-American to top the LPGA's money list in 1987. Higuchi entered the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2003, while Okamoto was inducted in 2005.
Now in 15, Trevino plays with a possible win in sight. The birdie puts Lee Trevino at 12 under.
The acceptance of Mexican Americans as great golfers came with the career of Lee Trevino, the first Mexican golf superstar.
You're 150 to the pin. Little 8-iron down. 155. Oh, oops. Now hit the 8. Hit the 8. No, you're supposed to jump. He's going to caddy for me this week. I'll tell you one thing, if I caddied for you, you'd have done won the Grand Slam a long time ago.
Trevino was born into poverty in Dallas, Texas, and began his golf career as a caddy at the age of 8. Trevino joined the PGA Tour in 1967, and in 1970 won the PGA Money title. Trevino would go on to win 85 tournaments during his PGA career, including 6 major championships. Trevino, also known as Supermex, was voted the 14th best golfer in history by Golf Digest magazine in 2000. When Rainbow on the Green returns, the late 70s sees the emergence of golf's first Latina superstar and one of the most successful black golfers ever. In addition to the growing African-American participation on the tour, the PGA also saw the arrival of Isao Aoki in 1974, the first Japanese golfer to play on the PGA Tour. Aoki's victory at the 1983 Hawaiian Open was the first win by a Japanese player on the PGA Tour and one of his 73 victories on 6 different tours around the world. Nancy Lopez entered the 1978 LPGA season as a rookie and had a season like no other. Lopez won 9 tournaments, including a record 5 in a row. She was named LPGA Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year, a feat yet to be repeated.
I used to read a lot of things and watch her play and watch her win, and I picture myself in her shoes. I wanted to be like her.
Lopez won 48 LPGA tournaments and was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 1987 at the age of 30.
Calvin then with his tricky little 8-footer coming up the hill. Might break a little from his left. What a good stroke. Oh.
Calvin Peete was not your prototypical golfer. He did not pick up the sport until he was 23 years old, and due to a broken arm he suffered during his youth, never had the power to hit the ball as far as other golfers. However, Peete took on these challenges and became the most successful black golfer in PGA history up to then, winning 12 tournaments over an 8-year period.
He didn't hit a soft one this time. And that's right at it. What a great stroke.
In addition to his tour success, Peete played on 2 United States Ryder Cup teams and led the tour in driving accuracy for 10 consecutive years, an achievement that may never be matched. Pete's outstanding career was only a prelude to another legendary career.
Tiger is the most complete golfer that I have ever seen in my life. The man does not have a weakness.
Eldrick Tiger Woods has become the symbol of world golf and one of the most dominant and influential athletes in history, a child prodigy who began playing golf at the age of 2. Tiger won his first tournament, the Junior World Golf Championship, at the age of 8, and won the U.S. Junior Amateur Championship 3 times. He won 3 consecutive U.S. amateur championships, firmly placing his amateur career as the greatest in golf history. Tiger's professional career, which began in 1996, has been nothing short of phenomenal. To date, at the age of 31, Woods has won 61 PGA Tour events, 5th all time, and 13 major championships, 2nd most of any player of all time.
Do you think that Papi Ortiz is the athlete that Tiger is? There's no way. Roger Federer, to win a tournament, has to beat 6 people. Muhammad Ali beat 1 guy, world champion. Tiger Woods has to beat 153. That is quite a difference.
Tiger also has become a symbol for multiculturalism in golf, and his incredible talent and allure has drawn millions of people of all colors worldwide to watch and play golf.
Tiger has done so much for the U.S. sport, the international world of golf, because a lot of people say, I want to be like Tiger.
It's a big word to say, but they're looking for another Tiger Woods, but it's going to be a long time before they find a Tiger Woods because his father taught him everything he knew.
Nota Begay III is a former teammate of Tiger Woods at Stanford University and a 3-time college All-American. In 1995, he became the first full-blooded Native American ever to play on the PGA Tour. One of the few golfers ever to shoot 59 in a pro tournament, Begay, a native of Navajo and Pueblo descent, has won 4 times on the PGA Tour and is a role model for Native American youth nationwide.
Well, that was a good, clean hit, and it's a great line. What a shot.
Oh, this is a great shot.
In 1998, Se-Ri Pak joined the LPGA Tour as an unheralded rookie, and like Nancy Lopez 20 years prior, started out with a bang, winning 2 major championships that year en route to 4 victories and the LPGA Rookie of the Year award. During her 10-year career, Se-Ri has won 24 PGA tournaments and 5 major championships. Pak was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2007 at the age of 30. Se-Ri Pak's success has led to a Korean revolution in golf.
Victory number 7 for Lorena Ochoa in the 2007 season.
After a spectacular 2007 season, Lorena Ochoa is now the world's #1 woman golfer, only the 2nd Mexican-born player on the LPGA Tour. Ochoa has dominated the LPGA Tour in recent years, winning Player of the Year honors in 2006 and 2007, and amassing more than $4 million during the 2007 season, the most in tour history.
I'm very competitive, and I like that part of the game a lot. I dream high. You know, there's no limits for the dreams, and I always try to do my best, you know, every day.
Ochoa is a national hero in her native Mexico.
I'm very proud to be a Mexican and to represent my country and to be an international player.
When Rainbow on the Green continues, the quest for the next Tiger and Lorena leads us to explore golf programs that are bringing more people of color to the sport. With Lorena Ochoa and Tiger Woods holding the #1 rankings in the world of golf for 2007, the question of who will follow these superstars begs for special consideration. The challenge to expose more minorities to the sport of golf has led to the creation of numerous programs around the country supported by the PGA Tour, the LPGA, and the PGA of America.
It's important for our game to continue to grow, that we look more like America. And we're dedicated and focused on doing exactly that. When I first came to PGA, one of the things we were concerned with was how can we create more diversity in the game. And since I've been here 10 years now, I've seen more people of color play golf. I've seen them integrate their social program into golf. So what we're trying to do is to create more of that type of growth.
Founded in 1997 by the World Golf Foundation, the First Tee is a national youth development program that nurtures youth by teaching a group of core values designed to promote success in golf and life through multiculturalism, honesty, goal setting, and sportsmanship. The organization, ironically, is headed by Joe Louis Barrow Jr., one of the most prominent African Americans in the golf industry, and son of the great Joe Louis, heavyweight champion and one of golf's true groundbreakers.
One of the goals is to really let golf more properly reflect the culture of the United States. Right now, 16% of golfers are from diverse backgrounds. The first tee is fortunate to have 50% of our participants being from diverse backgrounds, with 22% African Americans, 17% or so Hispanic Americans and Asian Americans and others. We're excited about that because we think that golf can contribute so much more to individuals' lives that we want to make sure that everyone who wants to have the opportunity to play and learn and enjoy the game of golf has that opportunity. And that's really the fundamental premise of the first tee.
On the collegiate level, the PGA National Minority Collegiate Golf Championship brings together 180 minority golfers from 38 colleges and universities to compete for national honors. Off the course, golf has expanded from minority exclusion to minority ownership, with more people of color owning golf courses and golf-related businesses in the United States than ever before.
One of my jobs is to figure out how to make those connecting points between minority-owned companies and the industry to start creating more sharing of that wealth among the ethnic groups.
The Oneida Indian Nation opened the Turning Stone Resort and Casino in 1993 near Syracuse, New York, and later launched the Atunyote Golf Course, one of the finest golf courses on the East Coast. In 2007, the Oneida Nation hosted the PGA Turning Stone Resort Championships, the first PGA Tour event ever held on Native American soil.
We're like unknown in the world. We're almost unknown in America. The stories about American Indian people have not been told. The true history about our people has never been told. So this is just one step towards people becoming more aware about who we are, the things that we do, and that American Indians in this world, in this country, and the kinds of things that they're doing. We're not just out of the movies or in history books. We are real people who live here, who have rights and treaties, and we're a living, breathing part of America.
Bull Creek Golf Course, located in Lewisburg, North Carolina, is an 18-hole course built on farmland owned by the Massenburg family for more than 80 years. The course has become a target destination for golfers around the country. Following a stellar Hall of Fame golf career, Chichi Rodriguez moved back to his homeland of Puerto Rico to build what he would call a legacy to my country. The golf course he built, El Legado, or The Legacy, is truly a testament to Chichi's incredible vision and love for his people. Boasting 4 top caliber courses, the Innisbrook Resort remains one of America's premier properties. In early 2007, Sheila Johnson, a noted philanthropist and entrepreneur, and one of the most powerful women in American sports, purchased the resort and immediately began remodeling a property that was already considered one of the nation's best.
What she's able to demonstrate is that people, women, and also minority women, can get into the golf business as owners. And as an owner, you have a tendency to drive more inclusion.
I think the word out on the street was that the perception, and this is important, the perception of Innisbrook was that it was just a very exclusive resort where it was very hard to get into, and I really want to make this an inclusive resort. And it's very important that we do that because I want everybody of all gender or nationality to feel welcome to come here to Innisbrook. You know, as an African American woman, I all too well know about the exclusivity factor, and I think it's important that I send a message out there that this is really open to everyone.
I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven.
Outside the United States, another significant moment in golf history took place in October 2007, when the PGA of America held its first PGA Grand Slam of Golf event on the island of Bermuda.
Bermuda was a beautiful choice, and when you get the enthusiasm behind not only the government with Premier Brown at the head of that, the support of what we're doing, you add that to the flavor of the island, the energy, the enthusiasm, the warmth, the open arm welcomeness that has been displayed for us right here and our great champions. It was an easy decision to make, and we are so proud to be right here in Bermuda at this great golf course, Mid-Ocean Golf Club. So we're excited.
This is just a day for the history books. For me personally and for Bermuda. We worked on this for a long time. And now that it's here, it's showtime. And for me to have the honor to play with Lee Elder is just over the top.
I'm in awe. This is pretty surreal, to be honest with you. I just don't want to get kicked off the island.
The sport of golf has evolved into a popular recreation. With millions of minorities in the United States playing the sport, golf is destined for continued growth for the next decade.
Just from behind the desk here, the calls I get every day, the emails, it's a tremendous response from black women. They're taking up the sport later in life. Some of them are 40, 45, but they are heavily taking up the sport. And I even heard a number where golf is the fastest growing sport among African Americans. So with that in mind, and the calls that I get every day through the office, I can see that African Americans are very interested in playing this game and being involved both professionally and entrepreneurially.
The true success of golf's growing diversity will come with the increase in the exposure of golf and its diverse history to our youth, and by the creation of more opportunities for people to play the game and become leaders in the sport of golf, both on the course and in the boardroom.
I hope you've enjoyed Rainbow on the Green, our journey into golf, one of the world's most beloved sports, as we explored African-American pioneers as well as present and future superstars. I'm Tim Reed, and history will never be the same.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's
it's
right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And we're at it again. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut. Welcome to the show.
Why do you always get to do that?
Yeah, I do, because I'm the best at doing it. Duh.
Don't say that.
It's true.
Charlie lets you do it because he thinks I won't do it right.
No, that's not true.
I don't say my own goddamn name.
First of all, I'm just a better speaker.
Yes.
A better reader. Yes. That's all.
Look at Jesse
You're more
Jackson.
animated.
Me too.
And plus, Indian Jay's here. Look
there
at his gorgeous mane.
Look at him. I'm sure I've purchased several packs of that hair before.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe that history is written by the winners?
It obviously it is.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we believe Columbus discovered it. Like, it's obvious. It's
It
obvious.
is. Well, that's what Barr said when he was questioned about, I guess, Michael Flynn being released from prison.
You bullshit. Let me see.
Well,
What's
check
this
it out.
motherfucker say?
It's a clip from CBS this morning, and of course the Washington Post. Check it out.
Are you doing the president's bidding in General Flynn's case?
No, I'm doing the law's bidding. I'm doing my duty under the law as I see it.
When history looks back on this decision, how do you think it will be written?
Well, history's written by the winners, so it largely depends on who's writing the history. But I think a fair history would say it was a good decision because it upheld the rule of law. It upheld the standards of the Department of Justice, and it undid what was an injustice.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well, here's what I don't understand. This man admitted, well, he obviously did what he was accused of doing. He certainly lied to the feds, right?
Yeah, and he said he lied.
What I don't understand is how, first off, Barr has been called on by 2,000, department
former members of the Justice Department,
right? To resign.
Yeah, to get out.
He's made a department that wasn't political very political. So he is, in essence, he might as well be Donald Trump's personal lawyer. He's his Larry Parker.
Yeah, he
what
is.
he is.
Which is why he whispers, because you can't tell a lie
Right.
out loud. You have to whisper it.
Then the
Oh,
fact
that
he looks like Roseanne's husband on
Dan.
he looks like, but you know it's funny? Like now they're calling this Department of Justice to investigate prosecutorial misconduct in Georgia. Like letting
In the
William
Ahmaud
Barr
Arbery case. Yeah.
like investigate prosecutorial misconduct is like, why don't we let R. Kelly investigate sex trafficking? Why don't we do that?
No, I mean, it's ridiculous. And the fact that, obviously, it's no secret that he will support anything that Trump does or says.
Right.
And we all know how Trump is when it comes to race, you know. My goodness, look at what he did with that reporter during that press conference.
But you know what? Trump would never pick anybody to a department that he couldn't manipulate or use in some way. He wouldn't do it.
No, he's the first. So George W. Bush, I believe, was the first president for the people who voted for him. Every other president before him tried to be a president for the United States of America.
Right.
And then Donald Trump took what Bush did a step further and said, I'm going to be the president for just Donald Trump.
Right. So, but ultimately, there was people pretended to have these moral standards, but now all of a sudden we have he's nakedly vague. Donald Trump, the Mueller report, he squelched it. He made sure that he cherry picked, and now he abets I don't understand how you expect us to believe in justice when you subvert it all the time. When you say, I'm going to make it be what I say it is. And we are now in a situation where we're supposed to believe a guy who laughed when you said how history's going. I'll be dead. I might not even make it out of the room.
But the sad thing, too, is that we're sitting by, and not just us, but the people around him are sitting by and allowing this to happen.
But what is it? Like, the alternative is they basically had a president who was impeached. People are forgetting that. With evidence. He said, I did it. He said, I did it, and then first he didn't do it, and then it's a witch hunt, and then, well, he did it, but it doesn't rise to the level of impeachment. We can't have a justice when people don't have moral standards. They don't have the integrity. They don't have integrity anymore, so they can just do whatever they want. Yeah. They can make the rules up as they go.
Well, now if you look at the way the divide is, people just blindly believe him and believe what he does is right and believe everything.
Right.
And so then anytime you present facts or arguments that counter what he says or anything he does, people, fake news.
Everything's fake.
So then what happens, 20 years when we study the presidency? Is it going to be fake history, alternative history? What are they going to argue?
Well, let black people. Yeah, it's always been fake history.
You didn't know, Indian Jay?
But then, the name Indian was taken from my people for a little bit in
First
that
of
fake
all,
history.
your people? What are you talking about, Indian Jay? Your people?
Look at this, two Indians.
Columbus was looking for my people.
First of all.
So your people could get that hair.
Look great.
You know what? We're going to go to break.
Greatest.
Whip his ass. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a 7-Eleven and a casino having an argument.
It's D.L. Hughley Uncut, and I'm still mad at Indian Jay.
Why?
He knows why.
No, I'm just asking.
Those comments
because
about yo people and we were here.
Both you guys.
First of all,
both you guys.
Can we just all agree that we're all disenfranchised Americans?
Right. Only you have better math scores.
Right.
That's not right.
Are we really better? Are we?
No, I don't understand why y'all get mad. Both you guys.
Well, first of all, the difference is dot and feather. You do understand that,
right? I'm not the kind who own casinos and bitch about the white man stealing.
So
I'm the kind who own motels and bitch about the Pakistanis stealing.
Right, and also profile black people who come into your store.
No, he just sells blankets. That's not right. We shouldn't have this.
These are terrible stereotypes that we are doing.
I don't know why anybody would say these things.
I do. And speaking of I don't know why anybody would say anything, why in the world would Donald Trump, during that press conference on the White House when he was talking to Weijia, I think her name is Weijia Jiang.
I could never pronounce that name.
Well, there you go. You're welcome. But why in the world would he tell her to go ask China when she basically asked him a very valid question?
Do we have the video for
I
that?
hope we do. We have to have this video.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
said many times that the U.S. is doing far better than any other country when it comes to testing.
Yes.
Why does that matter? Why is this a global competition to you if every day Americans are still losing their lives and we're still seeing more cases every day?
Well, they're losing their lives everywhere in the world. And maybe that's a question you should ask China. Don't ask me, ask China that question, okay? When you ask them that question, you may get a very unusual answer. Yes, behind you, please.
What, sir, why are you saying that to me specifically?
I'm telling you, I'm not saying it specifically to anybody. I'm saying it to anybody that would ask a nasty question like that.
That's not a nasty
question. Please go ahead.
Why does it matter?
Okay, anybody else?
See what I mean?
I feel shame. I feel mostly shame. I think, you know, I'm a comedian. I take, you know, some liberal cuts at things. I can tell a crass joke or two, but I think it says a lot that you all of a sudden would like the things he does. I don't understand how he thinks that elevates America. And if you believe that that's what we're all about, and that's you know, he's antithetical to everything we say we are. And the fact that this woman asked him a legitimate question, and he went to where she was from, and he basically only did it when she asked, "Why are you asking me that question?" It's the same reason he asked that question of April Ryan or
Michelle
Sindor or any number of people. It's because he believes that if you are a woman of color, that you are automatic, or a woman period, but a woman of color, you're less than. And the fact that his followers and supporters respond to that, if you still after all this time support him, you're a fucking horrible human being. I don't understand how you think you're not.
I don't necessarily feel shame. I feel anger. I feel anger because collectively, as the journalists sit around and they watch how he eviscerates these reporters, especially women, why do they continue to show up? It's not as if he's giving any information that is of value or importance. He's basically peddling false news, lies, and hatred. Why even cover it? What's the point?
I'm Googling eviscerates because you ain't gonna...
Eviscerates. E-V-I.
There you go. Of course.
See,
of course. Listen.
I was just starting to like you again, Black J. Don't ruin it.
Listen, Life of Pi, let me tell you something. We don't need...
He called me a life of pie, which is actually, that's one of the nicer terms. I found out that when I first came into his life, he and Gary and Lou and his entire crew used to call me Haji behind my back.
Not behind your back. Don't say that. That would mean we didn't mean it. Don't say that.
Unfortunately, I thought it was your real name. I did. I was like, I wonder what his last name is. Haji. Sorry about that, Indian J, but I did.
Do you think that it says Lyndon Johnson said if you convince the lowest white man that he's better than, you know, I'm paraphrasing, a black man, he'll turn his pockets off for you. I think that there is a faction of America that no matter what we're going through, no matter how bad it is, feels like if you make them feel better about being white and American, that they don't care what happens. And that's just true.
It is true. You can tell that by the COVID virus.
Yeah.
They know it's more black and brown people who are dying, but guess what? They're not doing anything about it. They've not launched any type of new, policy or procedure to kind of infiltrate it and say they haven't done anything.
Well, when the Atlantic published a great article and it said that once he found out who was dying from it.
Yeah.
But the problem is that there are old white voters dying from it. And they're angry because they don't feel like their lives are over. Like, I know that they are consigned to the villages now, but but they feel like the problem is that if any group of people should sign up first to give their lives in the service of the economic power of America, it is the people in that generation who's benefited the most.
Right.
You can't think of anybody who's benefited more than America's past brutality and injustices than old white people. So why you mad now? Just because you're in a wheelchair, you lived good.
And it's their people who are giving them up.
You're right. Like,
it is their people. The Republicans.
It's a dude you went to high school with.
Right. Take him first.
But it's like interesting because his support around old people is dropping, and like, why am I support? Because they are.
Right. Old people vote. Old people make it up. They plan their day around voting.
The highest demographic than anybody else. and they feel like this is how you know how bad it is in America. Before we finish this broadcast, before this airs, there'll be almost 90,000 Americans died. It'll be almost double what died in Vietnam in 20 years, in 3 or 4 months. And we never have a national day of mourning. We don't have flags at half-mast. It is because of the type of people. It's the old, the black, and the brown, and the poor that are dying. And America's like,
They don't care.
Nana and Papa's bad, but they don't care. They don't.
Nobody's ever said I'm sorry? No. Our guest today is known as the human beatbox. His song Lottie Dottie, We Likes to Party, is considered one of the most sampled songs in history. It's Doug E.
There he is.
Look at that face.
That's when black people get out of their chairs and white people leave the club. Here they go.
Yes, think they don't? Here go the darkies again.
Man, look at this nigga's teeth all fresh.
What? Look at his skin.
Fuck you, Dougie Fresh.
You look amazing. He looks 12.
What pandemic has he been going through?
I don't know, but clearly. Him, Smokey Robinson, Don Lemon. You guys are all in the same vein.
Man, the COVID doing us bad. You look at it's like a vacation.
Face all moisturized and tight.
Right. How have you been dealing with the shut in? Where are you quarantining at?
Oh, I'm quarantining down in Florida right now.
Oh yeah, that's why. That'll do it. Yeah. Right now.
You know the sun. I'm closer to the sun.
Right. So, what does your quarantine day start like? What do you do in the morning?
My quarantine day is that it ain't in the morning. That's first of all.
Right.
Because you know I'm up all night.
Right. How can you be up all night, Dougie, when nothing's open? I mean, when nothing's open, how can you be up all night?
Well, you know, creatively, a lot of energy. I think it kind of, for some reason, I'm so used to being up in the night from doing concerts and shows, and you know, and then when you write music or song, it's all a nighttime thing, you know. So, you know, and I don't even really watch TV. I be looking at the days. I don't know if it's for y'all, but the days be going by fast.
I think he's a vampire. I think he's a vampire.
That's why his face looks like that.
I think it's Blade is what that is.
No, but he has a point. He does have a point. The days seem to go by faster and faster, and sometimes you wake up and you don't even know what day it is. Is it Tuesday, Thursday?
That's not
Don't
true.
act like it's just me.
I always
know.
I always know because it always feels like, now I don't care what day it is, but I always know the difference between night and day. Always. Everybody ain't gonna look like him.
Nah, not at all. Because you stay up. Listen, you're on the road too, so you're up all night and sleep all day. But your face don't look like that.
That's not being disrespectful.
Hey, look, I'm trying to tell you, my day though, most of my day is based on, you know, honestly, just creatively, just working out creative things that, you know, I always wanted to do.
And now you have time to.
You know, you're put to the side. But the one project that I've been working on very aggressively is this thing I made called 20 Seconds or More.
Right.
Where it's a video about everybody washing their hands.
I saw.
You know, and that particular project was very important to me because when I looked at what was going on and I seen, you know, how just something so simple as washing your hands could save lives, I said, man, you know, let me just do what I got to do to make this happen. And it's harder because you can't get to nobody really. You
right,
know what I'm saying?
Right. Do you think that you're like, because music is really the universal language. Music, love, math, universal languages. So you took your skill set and wanted to reach the masses in a way that you knew that they would accept, right? You knew that they would digest, right?
Right.
So why was it important for you to do that?
Because, you know, I'm gonna tell you, D, to me, man, you know, I feel like if we have a gift, and I started very young in hip hop, and I came up under the pioneers, and I learned certain things that I feel like, you know, when you got a particular gift, and if you can use it in a way to redirect energy and get people to think a little bit differently or do something that can have a ripple effect to save lives. You know, like we learn through dance and song.
Right.
So I looked at it and I said, you know, let me do something that we would normally do at an old school party. I was just sitting around.
Right.
And I said, just wash your hands, everybody. And everybody.
Right.
Well, you know what I mean?
Right.
I did it like as if we were saying, clap your hands.
Right.
And then
Right.
I said, if I trigger this thought in somebody's head, when they go to the bathroom, they might think about it a little bit more, which would save a life, because, you know, I know that the gift that I got is to help people understand things maybe in a certain way, make them feel better, celebrate life. I mean, we see certain things that people don't always see.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then we have the job of sometimes saying something about it. And when we say something about it, you know, people might take it a particular way, but the burden is, we know something that can help you. And if we don't say it, we're not even being honest with ourselves.
Yeah, if they listen to you doing that bit, if they listen to you while they're washing their hands, just if they, by the time they finish hearing you, they will have done what you. And I think that says a lot about our society, that they have. You can't be so on the nose. You can't be so direct. You have to, like my mother used to always say, I'm going to give you aspirin and oranges. I'm going to give you something you need and something you like. And I think that's really your approach here, right?
Right. It's basically having to utilize a different way of communicating, but to get the job done. And what I found out is that in doing that, like when you look at the statistics on what hand washing can do, it reduces the ability for coronavirus to have an effect 21%.
Right.
But you know,
So
I think
21% just from washing your hands.
But you know what? I think the great thing that you were also able to do with the music is, I think most of us were taught from a very early age anyway, probably all of us, to wash your hands. But I think it's the 20 seconds. And what you think is 20 seconds and what actually is 20 seconds, sometimes they're not the same thing. People think it's just soap water. You do a couple of times, you're done. And that ain't going to help.
Right. And you know what was interesting? When I called everybody, you know how sometimes when you get together with artists, they say, man, the bass is not right. Could you change the key? Could I get a little more music in this part? I said, we're not going to go through none of that. All I want you to do is shoot me a video of washing your hands. That's it. You know what I'm talking about. But it could get so crazy that you'll spend so much time debating over the bass, the drum, the hi-hat, that instead of that, we in the middle of a pandemic. So if we could get your energy on this, doing something, people will follow. So when I called Jamie, when I called up Charlie Mack and a lot of the other people, they were just like, yo, that's all you want? So it made it easy for them to participate.
What does it say about you? And because you look brand new, but you ain't, nigga. I don't care what you say, you ain't. But what does it say about you? You have a pretty broad continuum of experiences. You span, you've had a lengthy career, and that at a time like this, it's very noisy now. People are very fearful. It's very fretful. It's a lot of uncertainty. But you found a way to be clear at a time when a lot of people aren't. That's not just art. That's a personal kind of tangible quality. That's a personal thing that you have where people can hear you and annoy in a space that's so loud. What do you attribute that to? What do you think that is?
Well, I personally feel, if anybody, for those that know me or don't know me, I've been pretty consistent in the way that I am. What you see is what you get, and I feel like, for me, is these compartments are very important to me. My mental health, my spiritual health, my physical health, and some people and also your financial health, which is something that is a whole nother subject, right? But
you live in Florida. We know you financially healthy, nigga. We know you.
Well, look. Hey, look. Some people are financially healthy, but spiritually bankrupt.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's a word.
So the key for me is the balance of all of them, because yo, you like me. We met a lot of people with a lot of money,
right?
But their soul don't carry the heart and the spirit of just being able to engage and interact and still be happy about life, and your whole concentration is focused on that. So for me, I think one of the things that works for me is the balance between them all, and I'm always working to develop myself more. I'm always trying to learn something new,
right?
And I'm always willing to listen to somebody, another person's perspective, because there may be something about it that I don't know. And my biggest thing I know is that I know that I don't know everything.
Right. What are you?
You know what I'm saying?
What would you say you are? Like, what would you say you are? You're not just an artist. You're not just a humanitarian. You're not just a caring member. What are you? Like I never know. Like, if you go to look for music, you have to look under certain categories. If you go to look under, there's a level of specificity that we all need just to be able to find things or connect to things. What are you? Like, where's your hub? Where you from? Where you located at?
You know what? I gotta say this first before I answer that. Yo, talking to you is different. I'm gonna tell you something. Your questions are not normal.
He's not normal.
We're gonna keep it 100. I remember, and let me tell y'all this before I answer that question. I remember up in New York, we was at Sylvia's.
Yes,
and
indeed.
I was coming out, and we was both in there because Obama won.
Right.
And we was up there, and I kept saying, man, it's shift the paradigm. We was like, paradigm, what is that? What is so he keeps it so real. And I was standing there, I was like, well, all right, well, let's talk about it. He said, we can talk about that later. that is, you remember that?
I do, man. I do.
Hey, but to me, I think that the category that if I were to be under anything is real. And that covers everything, because I'm going to be honest. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get an effect that's necessary for us to win. And I can't do that without being real. I have to be real to move. It's like somebody want to change in life, let's say. He want that change or she want that change, but you're not even honest about what it takes to make that change. So it's a certain level of realness I know it takes to make it happen. So if something is happening over here and we dealing with something political or something where I need to be there, I'm going to be real about what I feel about that. And I'm going to engage in that situation and bring what I think I can bring to complement what you do. Because I'm never going to try to do what you do, but I'm a very good supporting person at what you do. Or if I need to take the lead, I have no problems taking the lead. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. I think my
you know what I can say about you? I can say about you every time I remember we were doing that gig with Dave Chappelle when he came back. We were in Florida. I remember seeing you at Obama's thing after that. You've always been, there's something about someone who is exactly who they are in every circumstance that lets you know two things. One, they're comfortable, and two, they use great moisturizers. This nigga's skin.
It's amazing.
I swear to God, who is... All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey there, welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. We're all in our places.
You do that with bright, shiny faces. You do that
I like
so
it when
well.
you say that.
What?
When you say we're all in our places with bright, shining faces.
It's the only thing I remember from school. And after that, take your ass to the
Is that all you
principal
remember from school?
That's pretty
I'm
much
just gonna
all
leave
I
that
remember.
alone. I'm not gonna talk about that today. Not gonna do it.
We're joined by Black Jay. How you doing, baby boy?
All is great, man.
It is.
Good to have you, Black Jay.
Thank you.
We had Lee Merritt on the phone, on the show yesterday, and he was talking about the case with
Ahmaud Arbery,
the young
out
man
of
who was
Georgia.
and he was talking about the fact that getting a conviction in this case, because it's civilian, and that is a way of life in that part of Georgia, is going to be more difficult than actually getting cops convicted, which he's been successful in. And that really depressed me, because that really speaks to the way of life and the privileges that they believe that they have. And they really are of the mind that there is nothing they could do to us that would justify them suffering a penalty for it.
Killing a man
That was sad.
in cold blood, broad daylight, and seemed to be pretty happy about it.
All they
the
didn't
way
do-
that they were doing in the
all
truck.
they didn't do was hang him on the truck like deer hunter. That's literally all they didn't do. So, and one of the things is the grand jury. There were prosecutors who were reticent to bring the case because I guess one of them had been on the police department for a long time, and I guess he's still.
Oh my goodness. This case was crazy to me. So basically, this was in Michigan, and a woman was upset because her daughter was turned away, a security guard doing his job based on the, policy about wearing a face mask when you walk into the store, would not let her in. So she went back, got into a verbal altercation with the security guard, left, told her husband about it, who he and a friend came back later and shot the security guard in the back of the head.
I think that they should get the death penalty.
Should.
Yeah.
I do. I
totally agree.
I don't make any distinction between. There is literally no distinction in terms of the way I feel about they should be adjudicated and the men in Brunswick, Georgia. I think that, but the problem is that they were quickly brought to justice.
Yes.
And these other men are not. And I say this all the time. I wish America, the justice system treated everybody like they do black people.
Wouldn't that
Like
be
everybody.
nice?
Got to tighten everything up quick.
That, man, I tell you what.
Wouldn't that be nice? Because even in the case with Arbery, Mr. Arbery, the young kid who was running, think about it. Twice, two district attorneys decided not to bring charges. That means they had a full-on discussion about it and said, you know what, these guys were justified, and left it alone. It was another one who came in that decided, and that was probably because it was a video. Right, because of a video.
Pressure. But that's happened a myriad of times. It happened with the young man in Florida who was killed for playing music. It happened with the case in Dallas that Lee Merritt alluded
Botham
to.
John.
What he was going. So it's happened a lot where they go, oh, nothing to see here. Oh, they saw something. Oh, we better act like we care. And that's kind of really how it plays out. I'll tell you what else I'm bothered by. We know that the cases are rising and deaths are rising in the United States of America.
With COVID-19.
COVID-19.
Right.
And what coincides with that is the fact that larger parts of the country are opening up. One thing that's always bothered me, we don't have a uniform way of doing things. It's just kind of catch as can. It's like ad hoc. I'll do this and you do that. But one of the things that is happening is that because we've done nothing, we don't have a cure, we don't have a protocol, we don't have
a vaccine,
national order, we don't have anything. States are doing what they have to do because they want to open the economy, and they know that they're going to be deaths. But my conclusion is that they're not concerned about the people who are dying. Because if it's old people, black people, prisoners, brown people, and Latin people, they're like,
Right, that part's cool.
Yeah.
We don't need them.
Macy's
That's
will
what
be
they
open.
think.
Right.
That's really it. And they're very uncomfortable. Like Chris Christie, who's the Nougat-filled ex-governor of New Jersey.
New Jersey.
He said, "Well, they're going to be. We're going to have to set more deaths to reopen the economy." You know what I despise is that men like that who say shit like that know that nobody they love is going to die.
That's absolutely right.
Nobody they love is going to die. So the we that they're talking about. Have you ever noticed there is no spirit of mourning? There are almost over 70,000 Americans dead right now. Do you see sad people? No.
Not even Trump.
No. Nobody's
sadness.
sad.
Right.
Because the people that are dying are expendable in the estimation of this country. They don't really care that old people are dying. They will warehouse anyway. They don't care that prisoners are dying. They will warehouse anyway. They don't care that people are exposed and getting sick in meatpacking plants. They don't care that people in the projects and the barrios are getting sick. They don't care.
Not at all. And you can tell they don't care because if you think about it, Trump actually tried to use his executive privilege to say the people in meat plants had to go to work, but he wouldn't do the same thing in order to get ventilators made. How about that?
And it's amazing to me because now they say we're because they made those workers go back and risk their lives so that America can fucking eat.
That's how we are.
We have a meat shortage. And it's funny, Chris Christie, if we just stopped him from eating, we wouldn't have a meat shortage.
We'd be good. Wendy's be
Fat
back on
bastard.
point.
How is that fat son of a bitch even out? I know he has a pre-existing condition.
But that's part of his problem. He was saying, listen, I want it, if it's up to the physicians and the epidemiologists, we will be in the house for another year, and I don't think that's reasonable.
He can't even move. Be quiet. It's a simple rule. His fat ass definitely got a pre. If you can't see your feet, you should have your feet shouldn't see the street, fat ass. And we're not uncomfortable with people dying. Be quiet. You uncomfortable standing up, you fat bastard.
It's like watching my 600-pound politician.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
We got to get used to people dying. You probably do that every night when you snore yourself to sleep, you son of a bitch. The fuck.
It is D.L. Hughley Uncut, as usual. We are acting a plum fool. Well, especially you, anyway.
I don't know what a plum fool
You know what it is. It was nothing but a fool. No extra ingredients.
She's from Udawa. Plum
I
fool.
am indeed. Shout out to Udawa, by the way.
Doggy.
Summit. No, we don't say all that. You went too
y'all
far.
say
We
something.
don't say no we doggy.
I don't know what y'all say. I don't know.
To relax yourself.
I know they drive their houses places. I know that.
That's
they
not
do.
true.
I know they do.
Only on Sunday.
This is my favorite part of the show. It really is.
It's quickly becoming mine.
It is. It's time for this nigga here.
So this, of course, is all about Mike Pence, who actually took some time out to go to the Mayo Clinic to visit. The problem is he didn't wear a mask. Now, the thing is, most people there were sick. All of them were sick with COVID virus, nonetheless. And he said, listen, the reason why I didn't wear a mask is because I wanted to look them in the eye.
Yeah.
And have a better conversation with them.
This nigga here.
Now, they told him you need to wear a mask.
Yes.
That's a policy.
That
Anyone
is.
who comes into this facility, these people have pre-existing conditions. They are sick.
Right. The Mayo Clinic is one of the
Yes.
foremost medical facilities in the entire world.
Well, if it has clinic in it, you can pretty much guarantee somebody in there is sick.
Yeah.
So
Well,
put the
I've been
mask
to a
on.
few of those, but
that's a different sick.
That's a different uncut. We don't want to hear that.
When you walk around that yellow line, you know somebody getting some pills and a shot.
Oh, God. But the crazy thing is everybody around him had masks on, but he did not.
Well, maybe it was hard for Mike Pence to put his mask over his beard. I don't know, but I'll just say this.
Don't do that.
I'll say this.
I mean, there's truth to
I
it.
think that it's disturbing that the person who was tasked to be in charge of the coronavirus task force is not even respectful of the law of the kind of edicts that they set down, the protocols they set down, and this idea that God is gonna. Because what I kind of take umbrage with is that more people were incensed at black kids having a party in Chicago or Philadelphia, or 1,000 of them standing in line at a mall to get Air Jordans, than they were the president, vice president of the United States, who's supposed to be running this whole thing. Even Donald Trump is disrespectful of the protocols of the very committee he put together to kind of. This is the first time police has ever asked niggas to put masks on.
It's true.
If you're gonna come to this grocery store, this bank, put a mask on.
Cover your face.
Then. And I actually went to a grocery store and I saw all the women with masks on. I was like, how do these Arab dudes pick a wife? This is crazy. I don't even know how people look. Everybody's face is covered up. It's the problem right now, in my estimation, is that we have a very disjointed approach to a very serious thing because it's very ad hoc. This state is doing it this way and this state is doing it that way. Like we don't, and it's almost like we know it exists and we know it's killing people, but how immature is it? You could tell who your leader is. You're so immature. It is the equivalent of when you were scared, you threw the blanket over your head and act like it didn't exist. That's what we're doing to COVID. We're acting like, oh, we can open malls up and we can cases are rising, deaths are rising. It is spreading. We have no protocol, nothing to stem it. Our response was to stay in our house and wait it out and cover like peekaboo, nigga. I'm still here.
Shark's still in the pool.
That's it.
And then when they get tired of that, what did Trump do? He said, you know what? Why don't we just get rid of the COVID task force altogether? Took some heat from that and then decided, well, maybe we'll keep it.
We're being run by children, and it's just like a meat shortage, and it's not even good food. If you eat enough of the meat that we're in shortage of, that'll kill you any goddamn way. If you need a key to open a can to get your meat out.
If your meat is in a tube.
Right. If you got to scrape jelly off your meat.
Oh.
and ultimately is this. It isn't that we have a meat shortage. It's that the bullshit meat they give us. The high-end meat they can't sell because restaurants are closed. And nobody's going to pay for that. So they're literally killing livestock. And I thought these people they're aborting pigs. I thought they were against
abortion. Depends on if it's pepperoni or not, bro.
Life begins at bacon. Like they would. It isn't that we are short. We are short of bullshit meat. Like we have a lot. Like but the meat that they need, all the good shit, the corn, the shit, the grade A.
But the other thing is, remember, the people who are working at these plants they have tested positive. A lot of them are getting sick, and you still want them to show up for work and prepare this meat that will then go into the stores for consumers to buy.
The one thing we'll never run out of America is people we can exploit. They are disposable. Just like we have big lighters, we have big workers. They're like, it ain't like we can't go down to Guatemala and get a dozen more, y'all. That's how they feel, man. It's crazy.
Just fire.
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. And, of course, our guest today is Dondre. Oh, well, thank you, Charlie. He has been on the hit show Queen Sugar, and, of course, he's got a new book out called Male versus Man, which my son actually brought. Please welcome to the show, Dondre T. Whitfield.
Oh, this nigga got a T on his name now.
Yeah, he got a T in there. I didn't do that last time.
I didn't know that.
I got an accent on my name too.
How you doing, Dondre?
Oh man,
yeah.
You must be you must be a New York Times bestseller. They only give you the T's and I's.
He all hell in typewriting class.
You can't put an accent on a name tag. I know that shit.
Well, you can when you're licensed. You do anything.
It is male versus male. Man versus male versus man. Mm-hmm. What's the distinction?
Simple. That males look to be served while men look to be of service. And I often
can you be both? Can they meld into each other once in a while?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think for probably most of my 20s and the first half of my 30s, I think I was sort of a hybrid.
Right.
Where, you are in this space of finding out why you're looking to serve yourself, because that's what you were taught to do, particularly when you come from some of the environments that we come from. And we've got examples of what we think manhood is, in the street. For some of us, think about it this way. Gangsters, that's manhood. Pimps, that's manhood. The drug dealer, that's manhood. Why? Because he can take care of himself. He can buy himself whatever he wants. He's got as many women as his heart desires. So all of those things really spoke to sexuality or maybe even masculinity, but they didn't speak to our manhood. Mm-hmm. Manhood is rooted in how we serve the women and children in our lives, not just our own. It's easy for you to serve your own wife or your own children, but what about the other women in your periphery, the other children in your periphery, in your community? That is really where manhood is rooted.
So the distinction is, and do you think that there are more males or more men?
I think that males are making more noise than men.
Right. They got a better brochure.
Absolutely. They got a better publicity agent.
Right.
So everything that males do, we hear about that every single day.
You're not going to hear about what I do partnered with the same woman for 23 years, taking care of a 15-year-old daughter and 11-year-old son and uplifting and elevating my community, because that doesn't bleed. So because that doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead.
Right.
You're never going to hear about the work that I do. You're never going to hear about the work that you do. But you're going to hear about the males who molest children or date rape a woman or do the kinds of things that are putting our community and our society at a deficit. So they're just making more noise.
You know what's interesting? When I grew up, community was a much more narrow spectrum for me. Like when I grew up, my community was between Maine and San Pedro and 135th and Rosecrans. That was my community. And when you get older, you realize it's much more expansive than that, that we don't have to walk the same streets, even breathe the same air in the same cities. The community is much more expansive than that. And I think that elementally is that the village got so much bigger and so much wider and so much more depth and breadth than I was capable of even understanding then. And I think it's more important now than ever to see elementally all things, all women, all children have elements of community that we need to respond to and adhere to, I think. So when you wrote this book, was that kind of your mindset, or did you just was there experience in particular that made you come to these conclusions?
Yeah, not having the benefit of messaging from my father. So I realized that, I'm 50 years old now. It's only been 4 years since I reconciled with my father. At 26 years old, after my father had spent most of my adolescence in jail, at 26 years old, I was finally advocating for the broken young male in me by threatening my father and telling him that I never wanted to see him again. And if I did, that something bad would happen.
I remember having that conversation with my real father. I remember having that exact same conversation with my biological father.
Totally. So I was done. And that was at 26. 20 years later, at 46, I finally reconciled with my father based on a conversation that I had with my daughter, who was asking me, do you know where your father is? And basically what she was saying was, look, whatever beef that you have with your father, don't make that be a beef with my grandfather. So you're cheating me out of another grandparent. And what I also realized that I was teaching my children was I was teaching them all of these great lessons: have grace for people, be empathetic, accept one person who you
fuck
deem
that nigga there right there.
Except fuck him. Exactly. And I realized that I would not be bringing great citizens into the world if I was bolstering that particular life lesson. And so I reconciled with my father because I finally realized this, DL, and maybe you had this, maybe you came to this too, with your father to an extent. I realized that my father couldn't father me because he was never fathered. So it wasn't so important for me to be a son to my father as it was for me to be, as a godly man, to be a brother to my father.
Right.
To give him grace and to give him the understanding. Like, honestly speaking, I think my father would have been a great man had he had great coaching.
Right.
I always draw this analogy for all the young brothers that I speak to on this subject in terms of male versus man. I always ask them, name me your favorite athletes. And, many of them love basketball, so you get the same names: LeBron, the Kobe's, the MJ's, the Zions, all of that. And I said, well, name me the things that they have in common. And they all talk about the same things. They had talent, they had drive, all those things. And I said, the one thing that you guys are missing that they all had was they all had coaching.
All of them.
Yeah. From the time that they play AAU, high school, college, and guess what? Here's the thing that we miss. When you go and you elevate, your platform is elevated. Like when you get to the NBA, you don't get less coaching, you get more coaching.
Right.
So you might have a shooting coach, a strength and conditioning coach, a defensive coach. You might have a mental coach. You might have a nutritionist, which is a food coach. So you're going to get more coaching, not less. So why is it that we know that you need to have great coaching to be a great basketball player, but we don't need great coaching in order to be a great man?
Yes. And the thing about it is, and that's a perfect analogy, and the people who excel are people who can be coached. Like you could be, like you could watch the Last Dance. Michael Jordan he was a great athlete, but he became a transcendent player when he could listen. And when he could listen and absorb information, because basically everybody, every athlete, if we're going to keep along that analogy, has the same skill set. They're they have physical strength, they have aptitude. It's the internal mechanisms that make us different. And so what you're saying is that the same thing applies to the male versus the man, that all of us kind of have the same raw tools. It's how we choose to expound on. I think in our community that it is tough to make these kind of comparisons, because even though you're able to decipher the differences, a lot of people in our communities, a lot of men, young boys, think the loudest or the strongest or the most violent or the most is the male, is the man. And the man. They do, and so I think that's just a way of wiring that's so inherent to not just our community, but I think that the world at large, where Donald Trump is considered a man to a lot of people because he's very bellicose and ignorant, and he says the first thing, he's not a thoughtful man. I think all those things are more, the more erudite you are, the more thoughtful you are, that is looked at as more feminine to a lot of people. It's a feminine to think and to be patient and to be thoughtful and to be empathetic is something that would people would kind of push back against. They'd be like, But
I also think that has a lot to do with, and I'll say this from a female's perspective as well as from a single mother's perspective. I think a lot of times, one of the most difficult things for me to admit, because I didn't want to be a failure at anything, was to admit that I could not be a father to my son in the absence of his father. But it was the hardest thing for me to admit, because I did not want to say that at one thing, the most important thing, I was successful in everything else, but in this area, I failed. But I had to be willing to say, for the betterment of him as a human being and as a man first, that I needed someone in his life. But it's very difficult as a single independent woman to say, could you coach my son? It's difficult.
So let me speak to that. I'm so glad that you said that, and amen, and amen. So based on the two things that we just talked about, what you just covered and what DL covered, was basically speaking about how we get rewired, right? So when we are created, we're created to be our authentic human self. That is to be thoughtful. That is to be empathetic. That is to be grace, to give grace. We get rewired based on the messaging that we receive. So the messaging about what manhood is the messaging that we receive, which is, I got to be a man. If I'm going to be a man, I got to be loud. I got to be gruff. I got to be rough, right? For you, in order for you to be the woman that you are, or the mother that you were trying to be, in trying to create a son and transform him into a man, was the messaging that you received, which is, you are a woman, hear you roar, you can do it all by yourself. That is categorically a lie, okay? In order for that to happen, you have to be partnered. There's a reason why it took a man and a woman to create a child. Because in order
to Boone's Farm. Let's not say that. And the backseat in Boone's Farm. Let's not leave out the run to the liquor store, DeAndre. Let's not.
Carry on, DeAndre.
You focus.
You can't focus. It's uncut, DeAndre. It's uncut.
That was the male.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So you had to go in thinking, oh well, look, since the dawn of time, women have done this on their own. Now let's examine that for a second. Many of our brothers have abandoned their post.
Period.
And left our sisters. Period.
Right.
They've abandoned their post. And they've left our sisters to do it all by themselves.
That's right. And define what a man is.
Yes. Now watch what leaving it to do all by yourself has left us in. Look at the gang violence that's going on in our country right now. Every gangster that I've ever spoken to, from New York to Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, no matter where you go, no matter who you talk to, they're all going to tell you the same story about how they love their mother, about how much their mother did for them, about how much they would do for their mother, but they're never going to tell you how much they love their mother in order to stop them from gangbanging.
Right.
That's never going to happen.
Right.
So what does that tell us? That tells us that a woman or your mother is not the secret sauce to your manhood.
It also tells us this, that our ideas, our notions that we oftentimes live, and some of the things that broke us made us too. So there's elementally that thing. But our ideas, but to admit, it's what Jasmine alluded to admit that the way you were taught, that the things around you that you held dear, that the people that you held in high esteem, that the situations you once believed in and were rooted in were a lie. I think it was Mark Twain that said, it's easier to fool people than convince people that they were fools. It's easier, like even a clock that doesn't work is right 2 times a day. So you have to take all this systematic wiring and then say this, because it's difficult to change. It is so difficult to change and to let go of old habits. It's so difficult.
Well, first of all, it's virtually impossible to change if you don't know that there's something that needs to change.
Right.
So it's impossible to treat cancer if you don't know you have it, right? So if nobody ever teaches you that there is a difference between being a male and a man, most people have no idea. We have a branding issue in this country. I tell folks all the time, male is the gender that I was chosen to be, but man is the job that I choose to do. Those are 2 different things. As a man, that is my brand, right? I don't even want to be called male because that's the lesser version of myself, right? So think of it this way. If a guy date rapes a woman, somebody would say, man, I can't believe that man did that. If a guy molests a couple of children, they say, I can't believe that man did that. Well, if they sit there and they talk about me, partnered with the same woman for 23 years, raising my 2 children, uplifting my community, they're still going to call me by the same title.
Right.
We have a branding issue.
You know, you said
country.
something that's so interesting.
That's why we're so confused.
Because Jasmine said this, and it was something I really had to take to heart. She said, how come every woman knows a woman who's been raped, but no man knows a rapist?
How about it?
Not one. Like I couldn't tell you one. So every woman that she knows, and I think you said something like that, knows someone who's been sexually assaulted or raped, but no man, not one man knows a rapist. And so we do have a brand issue. Male,
we have a brand issue.
Male versus man. Every time I talk to you, I want to talk to you more. Man,
I love you, and we had this conversation obviously off camera,
right?
But we said it. We definitely need more. We need more time together, bro.
Man, and that's from the man way. That's it. That's it.
Man
You're damn right. You're damn right. We're gonna do man shit too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
it's
right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut. How dope is that?
This is funky.
It's all right. It'll do.
Like
Welcome to the show. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut, and they're acting up as always. Nothing new. All the time.
You know what I was thinking about? So now, you know, I've been playing gigs. Like I was in Dallas last week. I'll be in Nashville this week. Or by the time it airs, I'll have been in Nashville. But the interesting thing is that people have a political interest in denying that cases of sparking of coronavirus is spiking.
Quite a bit.
And isn't it funny how the people who didn't believe COVID was real in the first place are now telling us it ain't spiking?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to listen to you when you were wrong twice.
You're right.
Exactly. That's like the broke clock is, even a broke
broke clock is right twice a day.
Right.
Do you know why that's so horrible? It's because a clock has 3,600 opportunities a day to be right.
Yep.
Which means if you're only right twice, you fucking suck.
Or a weatherman.
Well, first
or
of all,
a baseball player.
you can't say it's not spiking if you didn't believe it in the first place, because now what you're doing is you're saying, well, actually, it did exist,
Right.
but now it's not spiking.
Right. We live in and I got to tell you this, that this would only happen regardless of who you voted for or didn't vote for, whatever political stripe you ascribe to. No other president would be so connected to denying this.
No.
Right.
No other president would go. Most other even if I didn't like them, would go, I ain't risking Americans' lives so I can be fucked up. This dude cares about one thing, and that's being reelected. So he'll deny and lie. The bottom line, no matter who you are, you have one obligation, the primary obligation. That's to keep Americans safe. Now, sometimes they've overblown the fear so they can give you safety in a way that wasn't productive.
So we can make you pay for it.
Right. But the bottom line is this disease is not playing.
No.
It is real. And we're even deciding whether masks are necessary or not. Like masks.
Because there's a bunch of guessing going on.
Yeah. It's guessing.
Here's the thing. If I could say one positive thing about Obama or any president, is that when you see them, subconsciously what they're saying to you is, I got this.
Or I give a fuck.
Or I
care.
He ain't never said either one of those subconsciously.
Well, he ain't never cared. He's never been in a position that he had to care about anybody other than himself. But I'll tell you this, I can't wait for that tell-all to come out by his niece.
Well, now we'll see. And John Bolton.
Well, they're trying to sue to say that he can't release his book, but we'll see.
Do you know why some people, the same people who don't like masks because it isn't you're trying to keep safe, it's other people, are the same people who don't want to not have assault rifles.
Right.
It's the same people who won't wear masks and don't believe in the safety of masks are the same people who want to have whatever kind of weapons they want. It's because I don't give a fuck how it affects nobody else. I want what I want. It is the epitome. Not wearing a mask, having to have these weapons are the same thing. They're an homage to your selfishness. Because you don't want to wear a mask, somebody else gets affected. Because you don't want to because you don't want to stop these weapons on our streets. Now kids are slain in their schools and they can't go to malls. It is really a testament to American selfishness.
It's the Christopher Columbus theory. Screw them. I'm here. I didn't really discover it, but screw them.
Right.
We need what we need. Screw them. That's why I say, you know why Vermont is so much smaller than California? It's because Whitey had no idea how much land there was.
No, but also this.
That's why the states get bigger as you go west.
You got to remember this, that Vermont, Ben and Jerry's actually, they actually came up with an ice cream for the protest, like a Justice Remix. Now, of course, you got to open with a Billy Club, and it can't be next to the Chunky Monkey.
Welcome back. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut, and today we have an actress known for her roles on Living Single, The Cosby Show, and of course a whole lot more. I could go on and on, but of course more recently, Get Out. She's a producer on the upcoming documentary John Lewis, Good Trouble, which will be released on July 3rd. Please welcome Erica Alexander.
Hello,
hey, girl,
beautiful.
Hey.
It is good to see you.
Hello, gorgeous. Both of you. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just check in every now and then to see if we're
Exactly.
Right. You look like you're going to make it, I think.
Well, I want to hear that.
Hey, she got my hair done. Everything.
If it had been a week ago, everybody wonder, how she do it? Everything's supposed to be closed.
No. Mask. I had to. Jasmine, you understand, I was about to get me some dreadlocks.
No, I know. Let me tell you something. I developed dreadlocks. That's what happens to curls when you don't get them taken care of.
There you go. So ain't no shame in my game.
I said, no, you did it. Listen,
your hats too. You know, can I just say something? I am just so pleased to be here. I feel like I'm going to cry because I am such a fan.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet.
I love your show in all its iterations. I love Jasmine is just so gorgeous and she's a real powerhouse. I love that you are a multimedia maven, and I just love you, DL, because you're funniest person I know, and you're so friggin' smart. I just
Thank you.
could run for office. So I just want to give
Thank you. Don't say that. you know, I get a chance to talk to you often. We I know we're gonna work together one day, but there are a lot of things that are happening. You know, obviously COVID, but one of the things I thought about, and I knew you were going to be in the show, the producer of Friends apologized for not having any black friends. And the first thing I thought was, shouldn't they apologize for still ain't living single?
How about that?
Like, did you think, because I know, I won't even put that on anybody else. I know when I saw Living Single, and then I heard about Friends, it was the same concept to me.
Yes, and you were right to think so. I mean, you are very smart, but it didn't take a genius.
That's what I was thinking.
The thing is, and Yvette Lee Bowser, who created our show, can tell you that even down to the fountain where they put, they danced and
I'll
did
be there for you.
Yeah, she told me that they asked, or we asked, or I should say she asked to do that opening for us a year before, and they said no, it was too expensive. And that's why we're dancing behind the couch.
Wow.
Yes. So I guess when Friends, they probably said, we have a great idea. Why don't you go out and dance in front of the fountain?
And we'll pay for it.
Yeah. You know, black women, they want their hair will never take all that water. We can't do that. We can't.
Yes. Well, they were looking out for us. Thank you, DL.
Do you think now, because with all the stuff that's going on, I'm sure you're aware of it. You're an artist. You're a director. Do you think that this is a better time for art? Because I think if Living Single were on now, with this sea change it'd have a different reception. It would have a different exposure. It would be a different kind of a different apparatus in place.
Yes, I believe so. It definitely would be. I mean, here's the thing. We were all coming off of the great giant sort of rush from Cosby Show.
Right.
They really had thrown all their money and resources behind Black-themed sitcoms especially. And so, I'm a recipient of that in many ways, different world. And there were a lot of different sort of ideas around the youth-driven sort of look of Black people making it. So Living Single definitely had a great path. And I don't think we would have had the reception we had without Cosby. But then after they totally segregated television after 2000, and the only thing we were getting was, I think we got the Bernie Mac show and then Everybody Loves Chris. For the most part, sitcoms were dead. And I have to tell you, you did your show within the period and all that. So I'm just saying that a lot of things would be different right now because Black people have a larger awareness. But I don't think we knew how good we had it because I think Cosby's show had done so well that we thought we would always have a place, at least in comedy. But we didn't because racism is so intransigent, it's so evil, and they'll undermine themselves, their own bottom line, to stop progress.
Right. See, that's what I think that to me just sucks because I look at now and I see a lot of the protests and you see all of the different generations and all of the white people and they're being so receptive and so open. And I think about all that they missed. You know what I mean? In terms of the shows that were available so that they could see us through more than just one lens as either the drug dealer or this or that, but to be able to see us as successes, to see that we were friends long before that, or to see, all of the other shows that showed us in a different light. They're open to those now. And there, at least to me, there aren't as many now as there were then when they were so close-minded.
No, there aren't. And in fact, they started to even introduce us in different ways like reality TV, which again, was a more cartoon version or harsh version of who we could be. Yes. One thing about scripted television is you're setting a path to how the characters will react. And yes, you have the strength of the star, and usually you're hoping that they bring in a whole market and the way that, like if DL joins something, we know we're getting a certain sort of DL greatness. But, with reality shows, they were just counting on these people to ratchet it up as much as good.
And that is to your point, one of the things that you were integral in, and you were there when it happened, Cosby made the world, it sent a lot of Black people to school. They started going to school. They went to colleges because of Cosby in a different world. I believe that if it weren't for Cosby, there would have been no Barack Obama. So it introduced Black people in a way that was foreign to them, and they embraced it. Then what happened is they went away from that, and whatever happened to us, whatever happened to black people, and the leap forward we had. You look at what Ellen and Will and Grace did for the LGBTQX community, because people got to see them and laugh with them and learn with them. And consequently, when there is only a depiction of black people on reality shows, fighting, throwing glass at each other, it becomes their reality. That is the first idea of us that they see. And I think that entertainment has played a role in fomenting the ideas that people have of us.
I agree. I think black intelligence scares the hell out of them.
I think so too.
And however they can marginalize and push that to the side, they will. I totally agree with you. And all I know is that black stories are the last bastion of how they can control not only our image, but how we're seen. If you look at what music and athleticism and all those things have accomplished, there's no place in the world that we are not in the forefront of those types of entertainment segments. But then suddenly our narrative stories don't sell. You can't sell those. Oh, that won't make money overseas. That's a lie.
Yeah, you hear that all the time. All the time. They're not gonna. They're even about comedy. They're not gonna get that overseas. They're not gonna relate to our comedy. Yep, you'll hear that all the time.
Yeah, that's what they'll say.
And it's weird because America's very funny. When I hear you say stuff like that, America will have a World Series, a World Championship with just us in it. We will have, it would be just us. It's the world. But they don't take that same purview perspective when it comes to like us. If Detroit can play San Antonio for the World Championship and that's enough, then why wouldn't our stories, even if they didn't take hold in Europe, it's enough here?
That's the great lie. I mean, look at what Jordan Peele did with Get Out.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't just hit him. He hit him with like a 1-2 punch and like created a whole genre just by saying, I'm going to put black people in it. And you're going to be in fear for their lives and for yourself because you know that person.
I think white people love the title. They've been trying to tell us to get out for a long time. They're like, I hope it's about these niggas leaving. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean they're not leaving?
Right. But yeah, so I mean, all we can do is just keep being our great selves. But they have to fund these things. There's great stuff out there and people doing it, but they can't find the funding and the leverage they need in order to do it long term.
Right,
so that's my goal, is to try to not only find funding for myself and what I'm doing, but also to create a way for others, because there's too many people out there in different age groups, because they love to say we've aged out of things. It's ridiculous, but there's this great amount of talent that just hasn't gotten their shot. So I think it'll change.
I'm going to say this. I think that this time, literally, there probably hasn't been this kind of civil unrest and awareness since the 60s. We haven't ever seen this. I'm talking about corporations giving people and investing in this idea of racial equality and removing biases. It's not just about how we're policed. It's about how we're denied access. And I think you have to be ready with a story. Like you were talking about the age of actors. Like I watched the Five Bloods by Spike Lee, and them niggas was so old it was ridiculous. It was like they survived that plane crash. I'm like, they won't even survive. These dudes couldn't survive falling off the curb. But the story was so dope.
Sorry, Delroy.
Right? Yeah, if I'd heard one more Delroy Lindo monologue, I was gonna kill myself. The movie was actually longer than Vietnam. But
it was long.
but because there exists a Netflix and a director like a Spike Lee, those actors got to have some of the most significant work that they have in a very long time. And despite, obviously I didn't believe that they could have spent a little more on makeup, but they were so talented that the story still worked for me. So it still was artistically accepted. It was a beautiful film. I got it. And to your point, it was people that they would have said, well, why don't you do this? And we can't do this. And no one's going to relate to a story like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the thing about us, and I always say black people are their own special effects. We are so good at what we do.
That's hilarious. That's the most funny shit ever. Our own special effects.
We
are. You can put a flatbed truck with a palm tree behind us. We call it Vietnam, and you believe it. So that's what they do.
excited about now?
You know, I don't know. You both must be really experiencing this yourself, like the great awakening of white people.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
I'm hoping. Actually, I don't like using that word because I'm not a hoper. I have a great expectation. Hope. Ugh. I would like to see them carry that to something that's going to change things. Because even though Black people will say, "Why are we looking for them to change things?" I said because they own everything. And it really is very difficult, even if you're doing your own thing, to go around these massive systems. So I'm hearing that they're having these talks. White men are having these talks about how they're hiring, who they're hiring, how they have contributed to these systems. Also, the first reparations bill in American history has been passed by an alderwoman named Robin Rue Simmons in Evanston, Illinois. I am making a reparations documentary about Robin Rue Simmons, and we have been for the past 6-7 months. And while people were talking about the 1619 Project, Nicole Hannah-Jones's project, here's this woman who passed after 400 years the first reparations bill. So they're just wanting to talk about it with H.R. 40 and Sheila Jackson Lee, but they're in Evanston, in the shadow of Chicago, you know, the redlining capital of the United States. This woman who didn't even know there was a national reparations movement did it.
Wow.
You know what's interesting? You say so many interesting things, but entertainment, telling a story in a way, because I think the one thing about this country that I've noticed is you can't be too on the nose. You can't be so specific. You have to distract them. We're a nation that loves aspirin and orange juice. We love saccharin. We're addicted to sugar because we like sweet things. We always want to feel good about ourselves. And one of the things entertainment does, it's subversive. It has a way of having conversations that people are uncomfortable with, in ways that they can become comfortable with. And nothing does that like art. Nothing does that like art.
Yep.
It was like, even when you look at the first time many people had heard about, Black Wall Street and what happened in Tulsa and how destructive that was. The first time they'd ever seen it was on a TV show. The first time they'd ever known what it was on a TV show. And
that's the enduring legacy of images, because that's how we learned from caveman time. Somebody drew something on a wall, and people were able to tell their histories. And that's what's so fascinating about the power that they've been trying to prevent us from having, not only to tell our stories, but to control the narrative that they for hundreds of years have distorted and destroyed. So you're exactly right that I believe that image making and storytelling will change the world.
And people play it cheap. They're like, oh, it's just a movie. Do you remember when I knew for sure, there were two stark examples that I have of how positive, how powerful image just can be. One was with the Cosby Show, and how Black women went to school in large numbers, and they're the most educated segment of our population because they saw a different world. They saw you on the Cosby Show. And the other is, look at how Black people felt after Black Panther. Look at what I mean. They really started thinking Wakanda was a real place, and it's in Georgia. They really thought.
No, we did.
But it made it did something to them. It made them feel ways and believe things were possible they hadn't before.
It's true. I get this thing, I call it the Maxine Shaw effect, because when I was doing that show, look, I was just an actress on a show, doing a show, sort of filling a contract and hoping that people liked it, keep my job. But then over the years, over 30 years, you start to get the young people who are younger than me and some who are right in the pocket of my age coming up to me saying that they watched Maxine Shaw and it made them go into law careers, C-suites and all these things. And these people are not just anybody, DL. They're Stacey Abrams, Marilyn Mosby, Mayor de Blasio, his wife.
Right.
You've got judges, those 5 that were, I think they were elected in 2018 in Texas.
Right.
They run me down and say, your portrayal of that character made me think that not only could I do it, but I did it. I went and now I just graduated high school. You're looking at, you always talk about I'm a high school graduate, and that's it. And I appreciate my, degree, and I'm like, hey, I wish my mother probably wishes I went to college. But for people who saw my lawyer, my best version of my lawyer, which was just me doing my father, who was a preacher, and, mixed in with a few colorful characters like Red Fox and, and the Jeffersons, and, they looked at that and said, and not only that, the hair. the hair mattered too.
Right.
And I got that from Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't like first with any of those things, but it was enough to push that image over for them to feel like they were invited into a space that they could complete. And frankly, I'm amazed because I wouldn't have thought that.
But you know what, too, though? It's not just that. It was because I felt the exact same way. But what that character did for me was it made me know that it was okay to be in that space authentically as myself, like with the way that I spoke and the tone of my voice. And, you know, I got that raspy, don't say anything, kind of deep. And I was very self-conscious about that. But when I listened to Maxine
No, Larry
speak,
Graham from the Manhattans. No, you don't have that.
it made me feel comfortable in my skin. I was like, see, I knew I could be smart, I could be sassy, and I could be right in my own authentic skin. And so I loved it. So I know, I get it.
Well, you said it much better than I ever could, Jasmine. And you're totally right. I mean, image matters. And if we think about the images that have endured over not only centuries since human beings started, when you think about the Jesus story, somebody had to write that down.
Right.
A writer,
Right.
Not the people who were there. A writer, and they put it down so that people could read it and be affected by it. And so we're carrying in our hearts, whether you're a Muslim, a Jewish person, or whatever.
And you know what else they did? They cast a white dude as Jesus. They really did. They did. They cast a white dude as Jesus to affect an idea. You and Jasmine share something in common, and I'm not that you both were adopted, right? So what society would have you believe is that people who kind of start out, particularly black people, who have these strikes against them it's very rare for them to kind of ascend and to learn, to learn. And not only that, to be a teacher, because the greatest teachers you'll ever meet were they harnessed the ability to listen and to learn themselves. Yeah. That's why you guys are both so demonstrative, because you started it from a place where you're not supposed to win. Yes. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you're automatically supposed to lose.
It's true. When I was telling Jasmine that both my parents were orphans and that I vibed them, it's because I understand their great sadness. I could feel it. It came through their pores. The oddity that they were, but also that they were their best hope for going. They couldn't think about whether somebody could come help them. I lived the first 11 years of my life in a hotel called Starlight off of Route 66. We were all in the same room, 6 brothers and sisters. My father had his first heart attack at 35. They told him that he wouldn't live beyond 17, so the fact that he lived to 52 was a miracle. But by that time, when he passed away, I thought, well, I need to keep helping my mother, with, she had 2 more children, I'm number 4. And so I just kept acting. I had gotten discovered in Philadelphia. He was an itinerant preacher. He was Church of God in Christ, AME. The German Lutherans found him. They sent him to the Lutheran Theological Seminary, and then suddenly I was in a big city. Suddenly the geography I was trapped in was taken away, and in a big city I had more opportunity. But I still had to go to the audition for this performing arts school that I was in. In the 5th week, a movie came to town, and they needed black girls, and they cast me. And I can tell you right now, DL, I did not know that I'd be the person they cast, because all these girls were so beautiful, and they were demonstrably different from me. I was quiet. I did what I was told, preacher's daughter thing. But that was the thing that they needed for the screen. And I didn't know that suddenly my Arizona sort of quiet nature would transcend and suddenly lead me to Hollywood to be next to people that I would only imagine on the screen. So those orphans, I love my mother so much.
That's it's funny.
She gave me everything.
Yeah.
And that orphan story is my story.
You all have managed to do something that's very hard to do. You kept your signal fire bright. If you ever trapped somewhere, one of the things you need to do is keep your fire bright so you can be seen. And you all have both managed to do it in a world that's very dark. And that's why you like you are, and that's why you can tell stories from that perspective. Even though she sounds like Larry Graham, that's why people can hear her.
You know what?
And you have to understand.
Don't be disrespectful.
This time is the reason why people are relating to you all more. And you have to be very careful and very clear about what it is. And I'm speaking to both of you all. I mean, I know we're doing an interview, but you have managed to keep your fire bright in a very dark time. And that's going to matter. not only will it lead opportunities to you, but it will lead like-minded people in need like you to you. So I've always loved and respected you, and I am just. It's nice to see that light still ain't out after so many things. It really is.
To me, because I really just absolutely, I just think you're the bee's knees. So,
well, tell it to her, damn it. How could y'all be abducted and so different? I don't.
Jasmine, you talk about light, man. Let me tell you something, sister. Just love you to death, and again, the great respect goes to you. Thank you for that, and I'm going to remember that to try to let the light shine, because there are many a days where you're just so tired.
Girl, ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Business. It's not even about the business. This life can beat you down, but sometimes even in the act of trying to achieve, you can feel like, man, am I really making, am I really doing anything? And not that I haven't been fortunate. I don't want to be like that. But if y'all, and I have to tell you how many things that you haven't seen, how many things that I have had to endure, whether it's bankruptcy and all these things. And I'm not a person that spends money on. I do have a gold chain right here.
She's like, never mind that.
Wait, they bullshitting.
Show them, girl. Shine.
She just didn't want to get robbed after the show.
That's why I know when I see people doing their thing, I'm so happy for them. Whether good, bad, or ugly, they try. That's how I feel about it. And Black people really don't get as much props between, maybe from the world, but from each other, I get the love. So DL, I received that like I got an Oscar.
All right.
Well, that's as close as I'm going to ever get to it. So I love you.
This is the beautiful landscape of Ethiopia at the end of its rainy season.
በክብር ይሄዳል ሰው ሊኖር ሰው ሞት የተሰጠኝ ሕይወት ዛሬ በነፃነት ሰው ተከፍሎበታል ከደምና ከአጥንት ስንት ወገን ወደቀ በነፃነት ምድር ትናገር አድዋ ትናገር ትመስክር ትናገር አድዋ ትናገር አገሬ እንዴት እንደቆምኩኝ ከፊታችሁ ዛሬ በኩራት በክብር በደስታ በፍቅር በድል እኖራለሁ ያው በቀን 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 ደሞ መከራውን ያን ሁሉ ሰቀቀን አድዋ ዛሬ ናት አድዋ ትላንት መቼ ተነሱና የወዳደቁት ምስጋና ለነሱ ለአድዋ ጀግኖች ለዛሬ ነፃነት ላበቁኝ ወገኖች የጥቁር ደም አምባ አድዋ አፍሪካ እምዬ ኢትዮጵያ ተናገሪ ተናገሪ የድል ታሪክሽን አውሪ
Ethiopia is Africa's oldest independent country. Its history is rich in stories of ancient Christian kingdoms and a biblically anointed monarchy that continued up until 1974.